think I hit the right button.
The following program is brought to you in living color.
Yes.
It's Sunday afternoon, so it's time for Doc's Kid Party. Join Doc, co-host Jeff Kendall, and their guests.
That's
for
me.
2+ hours of fun, frivolity, and maybe fisticuffs. And now, here he is, your host, Doc Dickus.
Boom.
Yeah, boom. Yeah. Very late. Not. No, we're on time. You got to give time for the intro to go and all that kind of stuff. And it's Sunday, and I'm still looking very clear. That's pretty good. Yay. Okay. Today's show is brought to you by Fresca.
Fresca. Ooh, they make Fresca.
So when
still?
you're on a diet like I am to get rid of the punch, have some Fresca. It's got how many calories it got? Oh, zero calories.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah, it tastes like grapey fruit. Mmm.
Just a can of water.
Yeah. And have water.
Yeah.
It tastes like water. At least it tastes better than it used to.
Coke Zero. There's nothing in it. It's just a can of water.
No, you open it up, it's full of air. No calories in air. Let's see who else is here. Oh,
Hi.
Gary's here.
Yeah, I got on before Jeff. Holy cow.
I can't find Jeff. I found Tim Allen.
There's Tim.
This
Yeah.
isn't Grant's Rock Warehouse.
No. That's a different.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Hello.
No, that's a different show. Oh, there's Jeff Kendall
All right.
and his cat.
And Ace.
Cats are Wilkins.
Hey,
Yay! Wonderful. Who else is out there?
Ace
Oh,
Hart,
Gary.
half a club.
Punch first to the
Where you
month.
going? Oh, okay.
Pinch
Yeah.
punch first.
Yeah. Yeah.
wants
Matchstick
to be
Man.
in the
out there with the blood.
Now sit.
Yeah. Do they have clocks in Canada? Yeah, there's one right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. But I remember the old Fresca commercials where you popped the top and it snowed.
Oh yeah. Mhm.
I don't remember that. I'm not sure why that would be. Like poof, and then is it supposed to be like cold if you drink a Fresca?
I don't remember those, but
I don't remember that either.
Mhm.
Bonjour, bon dimanche. Oui.
Yes.
I don't think Fresca was as big a deal in Canada as the U.S.
I just know it used to taste bad. So
Yeah, it's horrible stuff.
it's much better now, but
Yeah, you remember
Man.
Tab? Remember Tab? Tab
Oh
was
yeah. Tab and Fresca.
all those soft drinks with cyclamates.
Mhm.
Well, this is even before the cyclamates. It didn't have any sweetness in it at all. It was horrible.
Right.
Like drinking Bromoseltzer.
Or medicine of some sort. Ew.
Oh, gross.
Yeah, just bad. So like, yes, we've got Fresca today. Mm-mm. It's very tolerable.
It's good.
It's nothing like, boy, I can't wait to have a Fresca. Ooh, yummy. Yeah, all those Diet Pepsis and Tab and
Well,
Yeah, Tab was fairly common.
yeah.
Tab was the first diet soda, I believe. I mean, you got to
Yeah.
start somewhere.
Yeah.
I believe it was the first one.
Yeah, it tasted horrible. Like because
Yeah.
they used in it at the time the sweetener. Was like,
Yeah, but why was it called Tab? What was that about?
I don't know.
Or why is it called Mountain Dew? Why is it called Dr. Pepper or something?
I don't know.
I don't know.
You have to ask the people back then.
Well, there was no diet right in Canada. So
Yeah, diet right. Yes.
I remember like, oh, Tab, what's that taste like? Oh,
What was her name? Faye Dance. Remember Faye Dance used to advertise Tab? I think it was Faye Dance was her name. I don't know who Faye Dance was, but she used to do Tab.
Oh, okay.
because
I
she
don't
did.
recognize the name.
Yeah. She was some Canadian personality, I think.
Oh,
No. Okay.
Tab was first. Diet Right, I think, was made by RC Cola.
I believe that is true.
Mhm.
I think so.
That was for Roman Catholics.
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
Which came first, Dr. Pepper or Sergeant Pepper? Oh, that's a good question.
Oh, I heard
Dr.
Sergeant.
Pepper.
Dr.
No, I
Pepper.
think Dr. Pepper's been around since
Yeah, I
like
think
the
Dr.
20s.
Pepper.
Yeah, it is kind of old, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Dr. Pepper came way before Sergeant Pepper.
Right.
Are you daring me to make a video? That's like 2 videos in one right there.
Yeah, it
Okay.
is.
Yeah, yummy. So anyway, before we came on here, we were discussing that "Let It Be Naked" thing, and apparently that's gotten to be such a talking subject that everybody's on like, oh, that "Let It Be Naked" that's been altered and all this kind of stuff. It's not really naked if it's, well, I don't know. It's a mess.
And it started here.
Apparently,
But
we were the
it
first.
didn't start here, but it expanded here.
Yeah.
Not enough people watch Wings of Pegasus, apparently, which I don't understand because he's got millions of followers. So I don't. But anyway,
They were having a take off.
a lot of people have watched that video since Thursday when I just was talking about it.
So Wings of Pegasus got a big bump in viewage.
Well, no, in the Beatle community, I think the Beatle community doesn't watch Wings of Pegasus for whatever reason.
Like,
but anyway,
the one I've got is Naked Enough. You know, like how many times we need to read? Well, look, the cat is agreeing with me.
Yeah. This is agreeing. He's saying yes.
I want to hear "Let It Be Naked." I'll just put on "Let It Be" and have a bath.
Well, if you want to hear now there's Get Back. Listen to Get Back. That's my advice. You know,
Yeah, that is the new standard. I think they
finally released it. Listen to that.
Yeah, it's not exactly the same track list as
but it's
close enough.
Yeah, but how many takes of?
And they still need to release that as a separate record. Like, you shouldn't have to buy the box set to get that.
Yes. But when that thing got dirt cheap about a year ago, I should have bought it, and I didn't. Just for but I didn't.
But how many takes of Long and Winding Road is there to say, oh, this one's different from that? You know,
they did like 31 takes. Let It Be too. There's like 30 or 31 of each.
So they're trying to compare one take to another, going like, they changed.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't. If you watch the video, and I've watched his videos for years. Okay, the human voice does not stay on pitch and then go down to the next, and it doesn't work like that. The human voice is all over the place, and that's what makes it human. That's where the emotion comes from. If you just put everything on the line, it zaps all the emotion out of the singing, and that's what's happened with Let It Be Naked. It's just dead sounding.
It's all that auto tune and all that kind of stuff.
For years, I looked for the version along the Winding Road. In the movie, at one point near the end, he says, "There will be no sorrow." And that's the only time I've ever heard that. And for years, I looked for a version of that, and it finally did come out. I think is it on the Let It Be box? Somewhere it came out anyway.
Yeah, no, it did.
Finally, because I think that's the only version of the song where he actually says that.
Yeah, and that was the video too. That was the video that got played everywhere for Let It Be, was the "There Will Be No Sorrow" version.
Well, it was from the movie, right? So
but they turned that into a video so that would get played everywhere, and that's my favorite version. And they finally released it, and I'm like,
it's just so unique from all the other takes.
That would have been the take they used, I think, but Paul didn't like the "No Sorrow" line, so they did it again.
Yeah, well,
that would have been the one that they released.
I thought it added to it, but I mean, maybe just because it's unique, I don't know. But I always look for that version, and I'm glad they finally came out with it.
Yep.
Brother Michael? Are we confusing songs here? That should be more like Let Him In.
Like he's got Michael Row Your Boat confused with Let It Be.
Oh.
No.
I guess. Whatever. But
Let It Be was always Mother Mary, I'm pretty sure, because it came from a dream that he had.
Yeah.
why
About
would
his
you
mother.
be
About his mom.
Brother Michael?
Whose
It
name
was
was
the
Mary.
dream he had about his mother.
Yeah, whose name was Mary.
Yep.
I need Malcolm. I'm confused. Sometimes the people over in the chatty thing, they confuse me.
Yes.
Yeah. So, okay.
Yeah, I Let It Be box set. I think they did a really good job on it. There are things they could have done better, as always. Like, where is the rooftop concert? Huh?
Yes.
Huh?
Special
Where-
disc.
Where is
Yeah,
Dawn?
I think there could have
I
been more.
think it was really well done overall. I was quite pleased with it. What the other thing I wish they had
Personally,
done
I
is
don't think
included
the
the
CD.
original the book. Remember when they in 1970, I think it was the UK, Australia, and Canada, they released it with the book in it of all the photos. I wish they had reproduced that. That would have been really nice. But
Yeah. But for me personally, I don't think the CDs need to match the albums as far as track listings and stuff. Albums can have less because you can't fit as much on an album. And I think they've been sort of jipping a little bit the CD buyers by putting less content in them. I think there should have been more outtakes and the rooftop concert. And if you didn't get those on vinyl, okay, but you could still get them on CD. I think, because I don't want them to put out a 10 LP Let It Be set. I don't want that. But you could fit the same amount of material on like 5 CDs, and that would be fine.
I think Schnee's one of those people that think that Jimi Hendrix sang "Excuse me while I kiss this guy."
Oh. It's a little confusing. I know that. Yeah, sure. Yeah. I know. It's like Cyndi Lauper singing, "We have a blue cat." Easily gets confused. Well, whatever.
There's a bathroom on the right.
And that would do. Yeah. But wouldn't it be easier or better that take that Let It Be Naked and just have the regular album and then all these alternate takes as though they were in the studio without any overdubs, without any auto tunes and pitch correction and all that kind of. Wouldn't that be better?
Well, that's what they did with the Get Back album.
That's what Get Back is. That's what Get Back. That's why I say just listen to Get Back.
But it's not canon, though. It's just a.
Well, it is. I think it is canon because it's released in the box set, but it should be a separate record. But it's like the Easter sessions are now canon because they released them as part of the box set. I consider it canon.
Mm-hmm. So let's load the canon and make it.
Well, it's something they should release separately. And you see, here would be a great double album. Okay. The Get Back album with the rooftop concert. There's a fantastic double album right there.
Mm-hmm. Yep. The bathroom is up to the right is where I am, honest.
Good to know.
We're making notes.
Listen carefully, you might hear the flush.
Yeah. For the longest time, I thought the first line of At 17 was just like the Lone Ranger.
Never play poker with King Charles III because every time he goes to the bathroom, he gets a royal flush.
Well, yeah, it's a new phase Beatles album, but they still take the tapes and do something with them.
Yeah.
Well, some of the Get Back has it. I don't think there's 3 versions of it. I don't think they all have. So there's at least one version I think with very little, if none of it on it.
But apparently that new version there is lifeless. It's just got no energy. It's just got.
I always thought so. Even when it came out, I'm like, it's great to have it, and I'm glad I'm hearing it, but there's something wrong here. I thought maybe they just picked the least lifeless performances, but I'm like, how could they have done that for all of the tracks? How could they have been so good at picking lifeless, dull things that they picked every one? I don't. And then now I know they didn't.
Is that why the best sounding song is "Dig It"?
Yeah, it is what it is. I mean,
It is what it is.
It is what it is. I gotta go help my wife bring the groceries in.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Okay. Right back.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Right back.
And there he goes.
Mm-hmm.
There he goes. Don't worry, kids. He'll be back after the.
He'll be back shortly. He has to bring the groceries in. So.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so have we wasted enough time on?
We have.
On Let It Be Naked.
A great album. Let It Be Naked it's there if you want it. It's not my favorite, but I have it, and it's in the CD. It's in the CDs, so
Yeah, but who really listens to it that much? It's like,
yeah,
I got it, but
I never did. I would have if I thought it was off, and I knew it was off, so I never really listened to it.
Yeah.
So now
it collects a lot of dust on my shelf.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. And then it's like, oh yeah, I've got this Let It Be Naked. And Let It Be is not my favorite Beatles album to start with, so it's kind of like low end of the totem pole. Like, I guess I should listen to this. Okay. So my rainy day album is Let It Be. Well, if you want to cry all day, I suppose. Ollie Perry likes the long dig it. Straight into Let It Be. Close off his version of the album. Ooh. Yeah. I wonder how that works. So is it how they mixed up the long medley on Abbey Road? Or all right, we're going to hear the Sweet Apple track.
It's got some pretty good stuff of them. I used to have it on album of them rehearsing. Film.
Well, there's a set called 31 Days, which I don't know how many discs it is, but it's like pretty much every full song recorded during the Let It Be sessions. It's quite a few discs. I don't know how many discs. It's a lot. Like I said, then you get every version of The Long and Winding Road, and every version of Let It Be, and every version of Get Back, and on and on and on it goes.
Where can I get the German version of Get Back? Get Aus?
Get out.
Well,
Get out?
it's on 31 Days. It's on the Black album. It's been on quite a few. My Pants Sweet Apple track. It's been on quite a few things. They've never released it, of course.
Yeah, me too.
I like Love because it's the songs you grew up with, but different.
Yeah, Love is in there, but like again, it's collecting dust.
I don't mind. It's a soundtrack album to a show.
Love has a couple of nice moments on it. I like the version of Something on Love. I like the version of While My Guitar Gently Weeps on Love. The version of Strawberry Fields Forever on Love. There has some good moments, but a lot of it's just trying too hard to me, to my way of thinking of putting things where they don't belong. And I don't mind that, but some of it just sounds forced to my ears.
Well,
some of it sounds natural, some of it sounds
they're trying to get as many songs in as possible. I can't say that I've ever seen the Love show, but like there must be something going on stage where they're trying to assault you with Beatle noise.
I actually like Help on Love too. Help is only a little over a minute long. They had it down to nothing, and they put an audience behind it, so it sounds live, but it gives it energy. I kind of like it.
Love over Let It Be Naked. Isn't that a switch?
Yeah.
No, I pick Love over Let It Be Naked.
Over Let It Be Naked.
Yeah. Love over Let It Be Naked.
Yeah. I really enjoyed that new version of the Yellow Submarine album that came out the late 90s, song track or whatever it is.
Oh yeah, well, I'd rather listen to the song track than.
Yeah, me too. A bunch of extra songs, I can't remember the last time I listened to the original soundtrack. If I listened to Let It Be, I'll listen to the
Yeah,
new.
because you only
thing.
need to listen to 4 or 5 songs. Okay,
Yeah.
done.
Mhm.
Done. Take it out quick.
Sounds really good because I remember them having a big special about it on VH1 and MTV back in the '90s, and a new soundtrack version of, and I think wasn't it Yellow Submarine reissued or something in the '90s, or was it just the album?
Oh no, the film was remastered and
in the '90s.
Yeah.
I thought it was.
Came out on maybe even Blu-ray for the first time when that happened.
Yeah, the soundtrack and the Blu-ray probably
they changed the cover to it matched the album cover, the new album. It was blue. Yeah,
it does.
New special features. That may have been the first time that they put Hey Bulldog back in, because Hey Bulldog was taken out of the movie for the theatrical release even, and they may be the first time that they put that back.
Yeah, I thought it did.
So if you don't have the song track, you're missing.
You better get it.
Yeah.
It was a good one too.
It was weird. If you saw the movie before that, Hey Bulldog's on the album, but it wasn't in the movie.
Yeah, they put it back in.
Yeah, they put it back in.
And made it Blu-ray, so it looks scarier than ever.
Yeah. I don't remember seeing the original Yellow Submarine when it came out in '69. I think I saw it one night when I was when I was about 15. It was a real late night, and it was a all chopped up copy and all scratchy looking. And, that's what Let It Be. That's what Yellow Submarine is. Yeah.
That should have been on Anthology, Ollie.
Yeah.
The entire version of It's All Too Much should have been on Anthology. There's no or on the blue Yellow Submarine album, one or the other or both. There's no reason that verse. It's been released. It's in the movie. There's no reason it shouldn't be, just available.
How many rushed out in 1982 to buy the Beatles' greatest album? None.
I got one.
I don't.
There was missing some songs at the time, but I got one.
Well,
because the American one and the English one were different.
Well, the number ones were different.
Yeah.
I mean, but the problem with that album is they edited Hey Jude. They cut it down to like 5 minutes.
Yeah. I meant to hit that one. The animation on the Bulldog part is cheesy.
Yeah, it's 60s,
Wow.
So
it's psychedelic.
Psychedelic 60s, and that's the kind of music it was. So there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, the short version of Hey Jude. No. And see, that's what the Beatles one did. That combined both of those to have songs that were in America or England.
Well, yeah.
They should have put the long version of All Too Much, make it 20 minutes, and make it the whole side too of the Yellow Sub album.
Well, it's not 20 minutes. It's 8. It's slightly over 8, I think.
That'd be too much. Not too much.
It's only a verse missing, and then it goes on longer at the end.
Yeah.
Well, I believe I have the long All Too Much around here.
But it's funny. The funny thing I always thought was, though, you watch the movie Yellow Submarine, and the only part of It's All Too Much you hear is the verse that they cut out. You don't hear any of the other song. You don't hear the song that's on the album. You hear the verse that they cut out.
Wow.
Like, why did they do that?
I think they should put all the songs from the film and all the soundtracks in order. One album. Well, they tried real music at one point. So it's been sort of done.
Well, it would be a long album.
Yeah, I agree.
Because there's like 15 songs in Yellow Submarine. And if you count Let It Be, you're going to be up to like 50 songs just for Let It Be. And, so, you can't really do that.
Say, what's in the grocery bag there? Get anything good?
Any goodies?
Food. Food's always good. Cookies. I got cookies.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh boy, cookies. Yes.
I don't have a cookie jar to put them in, but I got the cookies.
Did you get those new Oreos?
No, these are from the bakery at the grocery store. They're really good. She bought me some peanut butter cookies.
Oh,
And she bought me some cinnamon oatmeal raisin cookies.
oh
No,
boy.
You good boy,
They got
you good cookie.
They got these new Oreos that are based on Selena.
If I sit and beg, I get a cookie.
Like who asked for Selena Oreos?
Selena, the Hispanic, Hispanic that got killed.
I think that's who it was.
Yeah.
They got Selena Oreos, and like the top of the cookies is a big S on it or something like that.
Sure they're not
It's
Superman
advertising.
Oreos?
I said, that's a video. And I went, wait a minute, that's a stupid video. What? I'm not buying those.
Are the middle of those Selena Oreos red?
No, they just look like
Just regular Oreos.
So what's the Selena connection?
Because Selena.
I don't know. She sure got famous after she got shot. Nobody heard of her before then, but
The Taylor Swift cookies have no taste.
Yeah, that's people are not buying those.
they're very vanilla.
Very vanilla.
Well, you know, another good tune they did was Mailman Blues. I really like that one. I had that on bootlegs for years, but it was pretty good. It was just kind of faded in and faded out, but it was pretty cool.
Yeah.
From the Let It Be sessions. I liked it.
Oh,
everything. Yeah. Like a 2 CD set. Yeah, the complete a Yellow Submarine.
The second CD will never get played.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Selena Gomez, one of those modern.
Oh, her. Okay.
Oh, Selena Gomez. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's Selena.
Well, I mean, what's this? What is the young girl? I'm going to get her own Oreos. I mean,
they'll put anything on an Oreo.
We're going to have some Docus Oreos next.
Like
Last
year, they tried those ones with the Pop Rocks in it or something.
Yeah.
They're just sitting in a boardroom going, what can we do now?
I guess didn't she, Selena goes, was she a Disney Discovery or something like?
Yeah, she started in Disney and started doing adult things as well. So
thankfully, I have no Selena Gomez over and all that.
I don't think I do either. No.
Oh, instead, I went to my record collection and went like this.
Grabbed one.
Oh, Fine Young Cannibals.
Fine Young Cannibals.
Oh, yeah, they were pretty good.
The finest.
Yeah.
The fine.
I'll grab something.
Kind of drives me crazy.
It drives me crazy. And what's the other one? Good Thing. Good Thing. Yeah.
And they had a hit with Suspicious Minds.
That's right. That's
yep,
right.
it's on here.
They did a good job too.
Uh-huh.
They did a really good cover of that.
Yeah, see, there we go. See, with this new internet connection, you can actually read that. Wow.
Actually,
read that.
Actually, you can actually.
But yeah. Oh, back in the days, $8? Really? Ooh. Used CDs were a lot back then.
Yes.
They still are. They're going up again. I hate to tell you.
Yeah, but you go to the thrift store, like $2.
Are we at the show what you got stage?
Yeah,
Yes.
we can.
Well,
Take a turn.
yeah. Oh, hi. I don't have anything new, but I have something I can show.
Yeah, okay.
So is this like show and tell? So last week I showed you, was it Thursday? A while ago, I showed you the Get Your Yayas Out box set. So I thought, well, let's go back an album, and I can show you my Let It Bleed box set.
Ooh, okay. Yeah.
So there's the top.
You've been robbed.
Yeah, it's empty. It was really cheap though. It's the 50th anniversary edition.
Ooh.
You see all the goodies you get with it there.
Lot of
And this was stuck to the back. You know how they always kind of
Oh yeah, you can buy all this.
little things. Yeah. So I always keep those. They're kind of cool.
Mhm.
And then you get a big envelope,
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
and inside you got stuff like. I think I showed you this on another album. Maybe I showed you this before. I don't know. Yeah, I think I might have showed you this before. I'm having a deja vu moment.
Not that one, I don't think.
Hmm.
If you did, it's been a while.
Yeah, maybe. There's actually 3 of them. They're stuck together. Hang on. There we go. There's a 3rd one. So those are suitable for framing. I think I might have shown you this before. I'm having a deja vu moment. Anyway, for those who missed it the first time,
We're old people.
and then you get, come here, I'll deal with you later. You get the big poster. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I showed you this before.
Ooh, look at that. Wow.
Oh yeah, I think okay, I remember the poster.
Remember the big
In
neck?
a little while. Yeah.
The big neck. And then you get Honky Tonk Woman with you can't.
Yeah, the
always
single.
get
Yeah,
Walk.
the single. Yeah.
They threw that in as the single. It's on London.
Close your
Yeah.
eyes, Charlie.
Then you get the stereo and the mono record.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
So the blue is for stereo. See a little indicator there. And then the red for the mono.
Cool.
And
That's
then
nice.
you get another book, or another album, which I believe is just outtakes
Ooh, in chocolate.
and such. Oh, sorry, no, this is the CDs.
Chocolate CDs.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And kind of neat packaging, actually. I like what they do with that. And then you get a nice hardcover book. Yeah, I know. I'm pretty sure I showed you this before.
Ooh, in
So-
glorious
Thank you,
black
James.
and white.
Pictures and stuff of the guys. Yeah, so
Fascinating.
fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Spock wasn't in it, but yeah. So that's my show and tell for today.
Oh, very good.
Amazing.
Yes. I have something and grab something. I CD collection.
Oh, all right. Go.
Out of the D's, I really like the British Invasion. And how many people have a copy of this?
I do.
Ooh.
It's a 2 CD set of the Dave Clark 5, and
Nice.
this was issued, I think, in the 90s, and
Yes.
on Hollywood Records. I don't know why it wasn't reissued, because every few years all they reissue is the greatest hits on
Because
CD.
Dave Clark owns the rights and he doesn't
Yeah.
want it out.
Mm-hmm.
Blame Dave
Well,
Clark.
this is a great. I found a new copy of it a few years ago, and this is a great disc with great sound. The 2 CDs of Dave Clark 5 goodness.
Doesn't this one count anymore?
It counts, but see, it was scaled down. It's a 1 disc. See, what I have is a 2 disc.
26 tracks. That should be enough.
This has
It's 50. Has 50,
Yeah.
Jeff.
yeah. This one has 50, so I have twice as much.
That's like an overdose.
I know. Well, it does. Yeah.
I agree. I think I'm going to keep this one. Okay. Okay.
Okay. That landed on the floor.
I had to buy a new one now.
I was going to say, yeah. In a couple of years, a new one will come out. So
Maybe after Dave Clark dies and somebody
Yeah, it was just
outrun inherits it, never, because he was like Alan Klein. Everything on Abco wasn't available for years and years and years till Alan Klein died, and then all of a sudden you could get stuff on Abco again. Same thing.
How many original albums did the Dave Clark 5 release? Do you know?
I don't know.
5.
At least 10. At least 10, I think.
Yeah,
more.
Yeah.
I don't know who's counting.
Because they kept going. They didn't split up till like 71 or 72.
Yeah, early 70s. Yeah.
They kept going.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, by the way, the Beatles mono box set is now being advertised on the Beatles website, just in case. I went to it and it already says out of stock. So
step right up. Get your order in now.
But they wanted it was over $600 or something they wanted for it.
Are they nuts?
I remember when it came out, I paid I think $240 for it, Canadian, $240 Canadian.
That's almost like $550 American.
That was on Amazon, right? So but now it's just gone crazy. Yeah.
Ollie, I play songs with synthesizers sometimes. The 80s aren't my favorite. That's all. It's not that I hate them and I don't ever play them, or but they're not my favorite. But Ollie, can I take a minute? I need to thank Ollie because he wasn't there Thursday. I need to thank you, Ollie, because you inspired me to plug my computer in again, and it came on surprisingly. It's gone now, but it worked I got a power glitch, and it just that nanosecond of the power being off shut it all down, and it wouldn't come back on. Maybe someday it will again. I'm going to work on it. But anyway, Ollie, you inspired me to. I found a lot of missing stuff. I went because it was on my computer, and I went and got most of what I was missing from episodes. And I told you I was missing some episodes. You asked me about that. I'm now not missing any. I now have every single episode of the Snap, Crackle, and Pop Vinyl Hour I've ever done. I have them now. None of them are missing, and they're all archived. They're on a thumb drive. I should do better than that, but I do have them all. So I need to thank you for that. You inspired me to.
Super.
And I've had a good week till my computer died. It's so nice having my computer back. Now it's gone again, but
We have another question for Tim. Why clicked on you? Come on. Tim, were they all vinyl? Well, that's why.
When I play stuff on my show, everything on my show is vinyl except commercials.
Mm-hmm.
Even the music that you hear under me when I'm talking is from records. Everything is from vinyl except and some commercials are from vinyl too, but a lot of them are.
Well, when Gurr plays his Rolling Stones thing, I hope he was checking to make sure that the record player didn't.
Techniques from 1978.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Still works great.
Oh my God!
Here we go again.
There we go again. It never gets old.
They are.
Bee Gees' original albums on CD are expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they want $20 for Odessa.
Yeah.
Okay, what
Not
else
a whole lot to print anymore. It's gonna get worse.
Yeah.
Yes, we've had some deaths in the past week, but
we
only one can be the death of the week. Push the right button. Come on, you can do it. Not that one. The other button. I'll get used to this, kids. Really. Push the button. I think it was Loretta Swit was the death of the week.
Yes.
Overshadowed everyone else. I'm sorry. Those other people.
Even Klaatu.
And Rick Derringer too. Nobody's mentioned Rick. We mentioned him on Thursday, but Sunday's
and
death of the
Phil
week.
Robertson from that Duck Dynasty thing.
Mm-hmm.
It was just too many
Well,
at once.
Did Phil Robertson die?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, that's sad.
Yeah.
The head guy.
Yeah, he wouldn't have been that old. How old was he?
I think he was in his late 79, I believe, something like that.
Oh, really? Okay.
Hit the wrong button again.
So
Well,
now
anyway,
2 more have to die because we had 4 deaths last week. So now 2 more
got
people.
a lot.
Yeah,
Somebody
that's
had
a
to
lot.
be the death of the week.
Yeah.
But
I
then,
think Loretta Swit was the most famous. So
I
Yeah.
would say so, yes. But then we got all this clickbait that's out there. Like, look at this. Breaking news. Hollywood legend passes away suddenly at home, leaving family in shock. Click here to find the rest of. Yeah, right.
Mhm.
I'm not clicking that. Get out of here. Shoo. Oh, why do we have stuff like that? Jeez. Ooh, we got a big argument outside. Look out.
Uh-oh.
Ooh.
oh, I heard that.
Aha.
Did you hear that?
The doc didn't even bleep it.
Wow. Please excuse me while I peek out the window, okay?
It's just
Okay.
someone speaking French, folks.
Tell us guys to shut up.
Get
Try to do a
yourself a
stream.
soundproof studio, Doc.
Yeah.
Is
Shut up. I'm trying to do a stream up here. That's what happens in Canada. Yeah. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. If you're young and don't like to hear this stuff, turn down the volume. And when Doc gets back on, he'll take care of it. That's probably
Yeah, you might want to leave the volume down.
What is it?
It's across the street. I don't see who he's shouting at unless they ran away, but
Okay.
one guy across the street. And who are you yelling at? There's nobody around.
He's yelling at himself. Yeah.
Those darn squirrels.
Yeah.
Ah, yes. Okay.
Oh,
Has
yeah.
anyone seen Dave Clark lately? He's had a little facial work done over the years.
Yeah, he looks horrible. They did on the early Disney Channel. They showed some Ready Steady Go episodes, and he introduced them. And he looks he looks like Mr. Spock. His eyebrows look like this, you know. And I thought,
wow.
Well, you know, when you pull the skin back to tighten it up.
Yeah. I mean, you know, picture of
wow.
Dave Clark 5 nowadays looks horrible.
well, he always had. That was the thing. These creepy eyebrows. They were really thick and just kind of pointed up anyway. His eyebrows were always very odd. That's how I know it's Dave Clark. Whenever I'm that one there is Dave Clark. Just look at his eyebrows. You go,
yeah.
It's amazing how they found an actor to play Spock whose eyebrows were like that, eh? Like they must have looked around a long time.
He's the one, that Nimoy guy.
Yeah, he's got the right eyebrows.
Yeah.
no, his eyebrows weren't like.
I'm a loss. This must have been while I was peeking out the window. Something about Fair and Young.
Okay.
Sorry, I missed what this is about.
Oh, I think he's talking about my show. I probably played a Fair and Young instrumental.
Fair and Young instrumental.
But
yeah, there's a lot of
instrumental. Almost always.
All right. I left a message on Rick. It's 9G.
Rick 90s.
I know what you mean anyway. I said he doesn't like you, and he goes Doc Who. he knows. I got in the comments like, you don't know, you know. I'm sure he. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I've got the front door open.
Yeah, I think he left. So there wasn't a fight or nothing.
He's gone down the street.
Okay. Well, maybe he's
Gary Wilkerson is here.
Hey, Gary. Maybe he's talking to himself. You never know.
Gary and
And Kimba's here. Hello, Kimba.
Hey, yes.
Kimba's here too, somewhere. There she is, yeah. Now everybody's listening for the background.
Yeah, for the background.
Doc, by the way, you did neglect to say hello to everyone at the beginning of the show in your traditional little clip thingy that you play.
Oh,
you forgot to steal the clip.
I was worried. I was worried about my fresca, I guess. I mean, I have I've actually got a counter that says there's 100 clips over there in my Rolodex. So
You have a bunch of them.
I have a bunch of them. So yeah.
Tim,
I bid you welcome.
you
Oh,
didn't
there
have
you
anything new, Tim, to show us?
Yeah, I actually did buy 2 things.
Wow.
Okay.
Must
It's
see.
Tim's turn. What we got?
Because the sale's over, so they put some new stuff out.
Mhm.
And $2 a piece because the dollar lady wasn't there.
Mhm.
And I just couldn't pass this up. This is still sealed. Both movies, kind of. This is a TV show.
Oh,
Oh, Flipper.
Season 1 of Flipper.
Faster
Still
than
sealed.
lightning.
Still sealed.
No one you see is smarter than he.
Starring
No,
Clint Howard as the Beaver.
I got season 1 of Flipper.
Oh, wow.
$2, and I thought of you when I saw this, and I'm like, I have never seen it. I've got to check this out. I thought of you, not Doc, but I thought of you, Paul.
Huh.
Neil Young, Heart of Gold.
Oh, nice.
Mm-hmm.
Jonathan Demme movie, 2 discs. 1 disc is special features. The other disc is the movie.
Movie.
And I haven't seen it, so there you go. Neil Young, Heart of Gold.
I haven't seen it either. I'll have to check that out.
That's what I got.
Yeah.
Wow.
Nice.
But it's something.
That's something.
It's been like 3 weeks since I bought anything, so
Yeah.
something.
Did you know the Northern Lights are supposed to be available tonight?
Oh, really?
We're having one of those solar storms going on.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think in Canada.
Somewhere, almost everywhere in the world, they're available somewhere. I mean, every day in the world, they're available somewhere.
Except in the south.
Especially in Tuktoyaktuk.
There's southern lights down there.
Mhm.
So like they're going to be really wild in Tuktoyaktuk tonight.
I'll have to go out of the town here and see if I can
Road
find it.
trip. Yeah.
I guess you look up.
Look up.
It's probably a good start.
We don't care how many clips you have. Where's that pee the bed lady? Well, I had to get rid of stuff because I have to put new stuff up. And then StreamYard goes, you have too many. You have to delete something if you want to put something new up. So the pee lady got the boot. And I even had to get rid of a Spock Fascinating today, too. So
Sorry.
I know. Now I'm only down to 6 different ones instead of 7. So, but yeah, I've got a lot of clips. Yeah. So enjoy them while you can because you may not see them for long. That was just about on the chopping block.
That should have been gone long ago, in my opinion.
Oh, are we going to have a rating of the clips?
Give her that guy with his stereo blowing up.
Oh, to get rid of that one?
We could have a show of Doc's clips. One by one. Boom, 2, 3, 4, you know.
No, because every
Well,
show
we could do a competition,
Yeah, every show I put up new stuff like, gosh, what's the album of the week? It's Robin Stubb. Oh, you see, something had to go for me to put Robin Stubb in there. So, like,
yeah, that's something that Jorgen knows about.
Not me.
I wouldn't doubt it. No, but
those guys look like their posture was.
I got rid of the penny one.
It's corrected.
I don't have the penny one anymore. Something had to go. So no more penny.
No more penny.
Somebody did a video of, speaking of Penny, did Lost in Space versus Space 1999.
Ooh, that's a tough one. Ooh.
It was interesting.
I think I'd rather watch Lost in Space than Space 99.
Well, they melded the two together and they created this mini episode.
Ooh, kind of a mashup, eh?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's scary. Well, being that I got all these clips that I got to use up. We have now the AI segment.
Oh,
I know everybody's waiting for this one because AI is rampant.
something new.
Yeah. So let's see what kind of AI we can check out. Ah, the band of dogs. It's 3 Dog Night.
It's the Beagles.
Yes. That's what AI has come to, kids. What else? Gorillas having a wine and cheese party. Yes.
Yeah, that's what we look like before the makeup.
It's Doc's chat party having a meeting before the show to discuss.
Oh, is that how that works? Oh,
Yeah, we're waiting for the makeup person to come in.
Yeah.
I know. What else do we have under AI here? Oh, chickens laying grenades.
There you go.
Yeah,
So
They're probably from Grenada.
they must be war hawks.
Yeah.
Well, AI is taking over.
You'll have to ask James. You'll have to ask Doc.
Just when you thought the world couldn't get any dumber, you get AI.
Yeah. So Studios has been putting up for free? For free?
There's some episodes online.
Ooh.
Oh my goodness! I just got invaded.
Says I want a cookie.
Well, they got off that damn planet, but they'll be back on another one in another 2 episodes.
Oh, season 2.
That's why they called Major West Crash.
Was that the one with Strother Martin, season 2, episode 1?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
I've got this cosmonium.
Mm-hmm.
With cosmonium, when you get it in the air, it brings statues to life. And
It looks like he walked off a Gunsmoke right over to Lost in Space.
Probably did.
Mm-hmm.
Was Gunsmoke shot on the Fox lot?
The same network. I wouldn't be surprised.
No. I don't know, hard to say. I don't know.
Mm.
James Farley wants to play rate 'em, keep or dump for old clips. All those AI ones are going because that's like a one-time use type thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no! Shocking news! Aldi is facing a new lawsuit from the makers of Oreo and Chips Ahoy. Okay, that'd be Nabisco. Claims that all these private label cookies and stuff crackers are blatantly cut. Get out, as if. No.
I don't notice it. I just buy them, you know. I'm going to buy some cookies. I don't care what they look, as long as they're
Are they going to put Eric Estrada on Chips Ahoy?
Maybe.
There you go. Yeah.
I don't get that because
Every
Chips
store
Ahoy did not invent the chocolate chip cookie, and Oreo did not invent a chocolate 2 chocolate wafers with white stuff in the middle. They didn't invent that either.
Just about everybody's mother invented those chocolate chip cookies.
Exactly. Yeah. So how can you?
It's kind of like public domain, isn't it?
I don't know. You're not going to win.
Rick 90.
No, it's 9G. 9G. You probably never noticed. The Aldi cookie you never noticed.
Maybe there is a channel called Rick 90. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, it's right after Joe 90. Hello, I'm Rick 90. Brought to you by I always get Gene Roddenberry. So that's a different guy. Shit.
Roddenberry.
Roddenberry, yes. Frickenberry. One of those guys.
Frickenberry.
I'm sorry, I only have 5G. Well, Rick has 9G.
Yeah, 9G.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Fortunately, I'm not getting a lot of stuff from him anymore.
Is that the guy who was trying to do the 5,000 subs? Is that somebody else?
Oh, Rick 9G is always like, I'm almost at 50,000.
Okay. I get them all confused.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of channels do that.
Man.
Yeah, but he's one that does.
To be honest, if you're an honest person and you come on and you make your living off of YouTube and you're honest about it, I don't mind you asking for subs once in a while and, you know, promoting your Patreon and all that. If that's how you're earning your living, I don't mind that. I don't get it when people are begging and pleading for viewers and aren't even monetized. I don't see the point of that.
Well, they tried to get monetized.
Everybody's time. Making YouTube more money, great. But, you know.
Rick has been called since he got married.
Have a Mrs. Rick. Okay.
He wasn't the only one that got married. If you watch Boba Talks, he got married recently too. Boba talks about superhero movies.
Oh, okay.
That would explain why I've never heard of him.
Yeah, that's his thing. Like he'll do like, oh, how the Superman movie is doing, how the Fantastic Four movies, what's going on in the Marvel universe, blah 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 blah. So like, yeah, and I watch them obviously. Yeah. Tim never asked for subs.
No, I don't ask for. I ask people to listen to my podcast at the end of when I do a video usually, but I don't ask for subs or subscribe or any of that
stuff. I prefer pizza myself.
Yeah, it lasts longer. Yeah,
but yeah,
I haven't been to Subway since they charged me $20 for a sub.
Jeez.
Like a submarine sandwich for $20?
$20 to have gold in it or what?
That wasn't a sub. That was an aircraft carrier.
Yeah.
I've never been back. They're on my poop list.
Why did you pay $20 for a sub?
They never used to be $20. They used to be around 12.
I don't think they are now. How could you? Oh, I don't know.
Well, I'll take one of these, my white bread, blah, 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 and that'll be $20. What?
What? That's a lot.
So I've never been back. I used to love Subway, but
yeah. I bought an extra large pizza last night, which will last me all week. It was only $24. So I mean, geez, that's a lot for one sub.
Well, thank you.
James loves Tim's podcast. It's excellent because it helps him sleep.
Well, it's not its intended purpose, but okay.
It's the cure for insomnia.
But now I've got to go back to my kitchen again and work in there, which I don't.
I'm not predicting because I hate both teams. So,
ooh.
I'll tell you one thing though: if Edmonton wins, we'll never hear the bloody end of it.
Well, I'm sure it's going to be something like Canada versus the U.S. They're like, oh no, here we go.
Well, you got to remember, folks. I live near Vancouver, so I'm a Vancouver fan by default, and it's like Edmonton is like the Darth Vader for us.
Yeah, and I live near Detroit, not Toronto. I live near Detroit, which
Toronto. Yeah,
and this weekend it just finished 2 hours ago. The Detroit Grand Prix. Running through the streets of Detroit. Yeah, exactly. So like I just caught the end of it. I couldn't have timed it any better. Turned on the TV. There they were. And there's the checker flag. Yay! I was sort of wow. That's all I need to know. Who won? Thank you.
Well, exactly. I don't know why people watch that race except for maybe the last 5 minutes.
I just saw the last.
Because it gets pretty boring.
Yeah, because they go around the same place. It's not like let's drive out to Bump Clemens or something.
Well,
people watch
NASCAR on half-mile tracks for 500 laps, and it's like, guys doing this.
Yeah, but
3 hours.
In NASCAR, at least in NASCAR, they have lots of great accidents. That's the part that's most entertaining.
Yeah, but they used to have better ones. They've made the cars so safe now that nothing happens anymore when you have an accident. It's like,
yeah, but see, they've been practicing all weekend. So like tonight was the race, or today was the race, but all weekend they've been practicing on the track. So like, no worse than hearing some guy yelling outside the window. You hear, for a couple hours. Like, oh,
Because they just set it up in the streets, right? It's not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So right downtown. There's.
They don't do it in Toronto anymore, do they?
I don't know.
Because they did for a long time.
They have their own truck.
They stopped doing it, but I don't think they do it in Toronto anymore. I don't know. I don't really follow it that closely, so you know.
Well, it's local, so it gets a lot of.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yes,
That was
yes,
you.
kid. I've been
Out of
watching
the
a lot of the
archives.
archives for years. I liked Ben. I liked the guy behind the box. I've liked the watch. I've watched him
Out of
for years.
the archives.
Yeah, out of the archives is great.
Ah. Does he ask for subs?
No,
Oh, well, I'll watch
Yeah.
that. Man.
he
I
does.
prefer
He does
track.
history of well, right for the last year he's been doing like a lot of Ben's junk. His name is Ben, and he just talks about stuff that he has because his father has Alzheimer's really, really bad. Like it's about 7th stage, which is a point where you have to put them in a home, and they're just waiting for that last thing to click in to do it because he's gotten violent lately, and he's spending all of his time taking care of his father, and so he doesn't have time for his channel anymore. He did an update the other night live, which is what me and Ollie were watching, or me and James were watching.
That's a rough thing. Like we went through it with my grandmother.
Yeah, me
it's
too.
a rough thing to go through. It's hard on everybody. And you're kind of relieved when they get to the point where you have to institutionalize them because it's actually a big burden gets lifted for everybody else.
Oh yeah. Well, my grandmother still lived alone till we.
Yeah.
What she did is she went missing. And she was missing for 2 days.
Yeah.
And finally, they found her like 300 miles from home. She'd gone to a doctor's appointment and never made it. And they found her like 300 miles from home, sitting naked, pulled off to the side of a highway, like playing with flowers.
Wow.
So then they put her in
Howdy.
a home, which she escaped from. She's the first, and as far as I know, still only person to ever escape from the place they put her, and she escaped twice. She did it again.
Neil Brad's here.
Yeah, we're not talking about NASCAR.
Neil Brad's here. Oh my God, I'm gonna meet Neil Brad.
It's really sad to see them go through that, though. You know.
Yeah. Well, my grandfather had Parkinson's, and I think.
Well, my father-in-law had
Parkinson's didn't help. It hurt the situation with my grandmother because she's caring for him while she's losing her mental capacity.
My father-in-law had that. It was about 3 years ago now. We spent about a month in Alberta. Stayed at his house while he was in a caravan.
Oh, that's gonna stay.
Like he was just dying every day. You go in, it was just one more slip, and it's rough watching them die. I got to tell you that. My wife, of course, bared the brunt of it, but it's a hard thing to do to keep vigil over somebody who's got. He had Parkinson's. I went into Lewy bodies and
I can't do it.
In the end, you just keep them doped with morphine. That's all you can do.
My brother and mother went to New York City when my father was dying. We think he's going to die, so you might want to come. And I couldn't go. I went to work actually because
I know for a while they canceled it in Toronto. There was a big brouhaha about it, and they stopped doing it for a while. But I guess they got it.
Do they race through the streets like Detroit does?
Yeah, that's what the Grand Prix all are. They did it in Montreal too. Yeah. They set up.
It's a European thing, and since Canada started out as a European colony kind of thing, that's probably why you have it. Because they do it, and it's a European thing.
Yeah, because in Detroit they would put it out on an island, so it's not in downtown; it's over on Belle Isle, and they had the race course over there. But then, no, let's put it back downtown again. So the last 3 years, it's been close off downtown streets. And
it's a real pain in the ass, but it brings a lot of money in.
Yes.
So
Detroit is very happy to have the
Yeah.
Grand
It's a
Prix
pain in
back
the
up.
ass if you're downtown, you're trying to get to work, or you have a business down
Yeah,
there. Or whatever. It's horrible,
Yeah.
but yeah, it does generate a lot of revenue.
Yeah, that's true. Do they have the NASCAR in Japan? I'm not sure.
I'm sorry, I don't speak Japanese.
I used to
think
follow it a
NASCAR.
little more closely, and I thought that was just kind of an American. In fact,
Yeah, NASCAR is only American. Why would they? They have
Yeah.
most other racing is better than NASCAR. I don't know why. I mean, they said it best on Top Gear once. They did a whole thing on NASCAR. Because Richard Hammond loved it. He came to America and got to work in a pit, and he loved it. And the other two that don't like it got why it's so popular, because they make a spectacle out of it, where there's fireworks and planes fly over, and where in Europe they have a race, it's just a race. There's
the other thing too is
spectacle involved. You know what I mean?
Well, the NASCARs go faster than the Indy cars too. I mean,
Yeah.
it is a faster vehicle that they're driving, so I think that had an appeal as well.
Well, I think the Indy cars could go faster, but there's turns and stuff in Indy tracks.
Well, yeah, of course.
Well, there are 2 or 3 NASCAR tracks with turns. The one near me, Watkins Glen, is a curved track with all kinds of stuff going on, but most of them are just ovals. But there are 2 or 3 that aren't.
I'd be happy if they brought back
and I can tell you the Indy cars go faster on their tracks than they do it like Watkins Glen with NASCAR, because they have better brakes, and I mean NASCAR basically has no brakes, so you can't go that fast because you're turning all the time. So where Indy cars can get up to 150 miles an hour in 200 yards and still make the turn. You can't do that in a NASCAR.
I wasn't good at racing games either, so never mind. No, but before the race started here in Detroit, they had a unveiling of a sign of sorts. I don't know whether it's permanent or not, but they took the cloth off and it had speed limit 200 miles per hour. Like, that's what they'll be going at down these streets?
They never get anywhere near that kind of speed.
No, they're lucky
to
get
NASCAR. They do, like they crack 200 regularly.
Like these are like Indy cars that they
not Indy cars. No.
Well, then
again, if they rarely do, but if they're racing on an oval, they do. But they normally don't race on an oval.
Oh, they gotta take all these twists and turns and stuff. Look out!
Yeah. But they can get faster than NASCARs can on the same track, though. That's what I was saying, not because they're faster, but they're about the same speed, really. But they've got way better brakes. NASCAR, you don't brake in NASCAR, so NASCARs almost have no brakes. I mean, the brakes are so awful on purpose in NASCAR because it just adds weight and you don't need it. So when they have to do Watkins Glen or something, they're only going 50 or 60 usually for most of the track, because they're constantly turning and they can't stop.
So in NASCAR, Fred Flintstone has better brakes.
Well, no, they're about equivalent. NASCAR brakes are about equivalent to putting your foot on the ground.
Yeah,
well, in NASCAR they brake by running into the guy in front of them. That's how they brake.
Yeah. They don't. I mean, they have brakes, but they don't have good brakes. Indy cars have really good brakes.
So if they're racing through the streets at even 200 miles an hour, there's like, they get pulled over and stuff. Well, maybe not. Remember what Stymie said? Ain't got no brakes.
Ain't got no brakes.
Just throw the cat.
The car in Gilligan's Island had brakes.
Yeah,
that had a pedal.
Yeah, the pedal tire. Yeah, pedal car.
And by the way, speaking of Gilligan's Island,
you're about done. Oh, you can't watch anymore.
I can't. I have cleaned it. It will not play those last 3 episodes on disc number 3, season 3.
You'll have to get season 3 again.
Well, here's the thing.
Just
And
download
Jim really knows because he's a movie guy.
Hmm.
That a few months ago, there was this big thing about discs made from Warner Brothers.
Hmm.
Oh, Warner Brothers has disc rot.
this
So
one.
I'm wondering if that's the case of disc rot. That
What? What?
Have you tried it in another player?
yes, I played it in the computer here, and it will not play those last 3 episodes. So I'm thinking, okay, what is this? Warner disc rot? Is this how it works? It just decides, nope, I don't want to.
So you'll never know if they got
I'll never know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's just like
the
Jeff said,
last 3.
buy season 3 over again.
I would just download it. You'd probably find it online somewhere.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You know, why buy it over again? It'll probably have the same thing wrong with it that yours has.
They're it's going to be on somewhere. They used
You
to talk
know,
about
I mean,
Tubi.
the Universal Monsters. There's one series of those, the ones in the kind of grass green kind of boxes, not the really dark boxes, but they came in this greenish color boxes. A lot of those discs are bad in those.
Mm-hmm.
I remember going to the race.
It's a known thing.
We used to have a couple dragways here once upon a time, and here come the funny cars. I know, it's crazy. The horsepower in NASCAR has dropped significantly because of safety. Yeah. They're slower than other races.
They started having too many crashes because they were going too fast. And
But you know, like the little bit that I did watch today, it was like I probably only saw like 3 minutes of it. They got the grandstands like right there.
Yeah.
All these things are going, right by them. Going, wow, one good flip and it's off into the audience.
Well, have you ever watched what I'm trying to think of what it's called? It's a European racing where it's like on off roads and some of it's dirt track, and it goes from, you know, I can't remember what it's called, but those things, people stand right next to the road, right next to the track. Sometimes they're in the road and cars coming, and then it's like it's so amazing how close these people are to these cars going by them at 150 miles an hour. It's pretty amazing. I don't know why I can't think of the name of this racing.
Because the rescue on Gilligan's Island is public domain, so it's on every company.
Yeah, it's on Tubi. Now the other 2 you might have trouble finding, but the first.
I've got all 3.
Yeah,
I've got all 3. But yeah, the rescue is not on a Warner disc, so
no.
So it's on a
Do
public.
you have any of the cartoons?
No, but I've seen it on eBay when I was scrolling down to see what a new season 3 would be, and somebody had Gilligan's Planet up. So, so I don't know where they got the films. They could look like crap. Who knows?
No, television.
I'm so upset that we never got a Dusty Trail movie.
Yeah.
Oh, we did. Le Mans.
No, rallying is what I was thinking of. Rallying is, oh my God, people are just wherever, you know, because it's wherever, and they have horrendous accident. Rallying's probably my favorite. If I was European, I'd be a rally guy. I'd be like, I want to go watch this. This is cool.
You know what? We're overdue for a commercial.
Commercial time.
Here.
We have to pay our bills, you know, kids.
What is going on?
After this.
ABBA's greatest hits.
Mamma mia, here I go again.
15 unforgettable tracks on one great album.
So when you're near me, darling, can't you hear me? S-O-N.
Including their very latest chartbuster, Fernando.
Stars so bright, Fernando.
From Waterloo to Fernando, ABBA's greatest hits, out now.
That was another death, by the way.
I got to run out to my Walmart or wherever.
Their drummer just died, apparently. I think
Oh, really?
that was death this week. Yeah, I think it was this week.
Yeah, now
That's
available at your local Kmart.
Yeah.
I actually had a copy of that at one time.
Ooh.
Well, I have a copy, but there's not 15 tracks on the US copy.
Luther lost interest when the
Yeah, that was bit too much.
So did the rest of America.
Mhm.
That's why they never made another one.
Well, I made one more, and Jim Backus is getting sick.
No, that was the last one.
Okay, yeah.
Pretty sure
And
that
they
was.
actually, the network wanted to do a Gilligan's Island television series, and Sherwood Schwartz said no because these guys are getting old, you know.
Well, at that point, they were thinking, let's do something like Love Boat.
Yeah.
So, like, let's have the Howells buy the island, build a resort, and every week we have a different celebrity come to the island, blah, blah, blah. And on the one, it was the Harlem Globetrotters.
Yeah, ABBA's drummer from, not the original, but the drummer, Bo Michael Tretow, died May 20th.
Oh, we missed. Oh, that could have been a decade.
Yeah. Yeah, he died. Yeah. He was 80. Yeah.
The French's mustard
He would have
commercial.
been 81 in August. He was 80.
Yeah. Jorgen is a whoa. Yeah, I know. Well, it's dark over in Sweden, you know. Does anyone know
Brad's not here.
the Tail collection? Yes. Somebody named JJ is out there someplace.
No, he doesn't even have them all.
What happened? Did he sell them?
No, he never had them all. There's you know how many of those there are?
Lots.
There's hundreds. There's hundreds.
Oh yeah.
Tail King. I guess not. Okay. Well, somebody had a lot of them.
Well, he had a lot of them.
I haven't heard of JJ for a long time. Maybe he's no longer K-Tel chant. That was the thing. Look, I'm a K-Tel collector. Oh. And then he went poof. So I don't know where he is anymore.
Well, I forgot what he changed his channel name to, but I gave him the name and I've already forgotten it. But he's like, I'm looking for a new name because I'm tired of being the K-Tel guy. And I gave him the name and he's like, thank you, that's great. And he used it and then he disappeared.
And then he disappeared.
He gets on James's chat every once in a while.
Well, there used to be a K-Tel guy.
Oh, by the way, I looked for you. You can get Gilligan pretty cheap on eBay.
Yeah, you can. I've seen it up there for like $9, $8.
Yeah.
Seems like a lot of money.
Well, to buy from an American seller, yes, $8 is like $49 Canadian.
Yeah, and then look at the postage.
Yeah. Oh no.
But your Canadian dollar is worth so much less than ours. I'm sorry. I watched a guy the other day, taking this back to the Beatles in mono for a second. I watched a video last night before my computer died. This guy compared the prices like worldwide of the Beatles mono box that's being reissued. And you guys are gonna not believe this, but if you do the conversion to US dollars for every country that he had listed, the cheapest one was Canada. Well, even though they got like $600 for it or whatever in Canada, you do the conversion right and it's like $4.95.
Well,
and in America it's $5.45.
Yeah, but as of just this weekend, I'd seen them on eBay for like $8.
Yeah, season.
The
entire 3 seasons you can get new.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, complete series. Yeah. Yeah. So like, and plus I think the reissue would not be on double-sided DVDs.
Right.
Yeah. So that's almost a bonus just to go for it anyway.
Well, they take up less room. What's wrong with double-sided DVDs?
Yeah, well, that's what these were, double-sided. Was it Ron Popeil related? No, he did Ronco Records.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Ronco.
There's K-Tel and Ronco.
Ron-
K-Tel
Ronco.
was a Canadian company. A lot of people don't know that. K-Tel is Canadian.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they put
Ronco
an album
was
every
American.
week.
No, the new Gilligan's Island would have been a mashup of Fantasy Island and Love Boat.
Yeah, pretty much.
So, like, they came to the island, and all the Gilligan's Island cast members would be hosting them. So, like, the Howells owned the island. Gilligan and Skipper would be like the houseboy, or I don't know. They all were something. Mary Ann was probably
Gilligan would have been Gopher, and the professor would have been the doctor. I forget his name. I mean, that's what it would have done. They would have made it just like Love Boat.
Ginger would have been the entertainment girl. They all had a role to play.
Skipper would have been Captain. They would have had to give him his name, actually, because he would have been Captain, whatever.
Yeah, they tried to make it
Captain Skipper.
But by the time they got to Harlem Globetrotters, nobody cared.
That was a bit too much, yeah.
That's when they ended up in outer space.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to Gilligan's Planet.
To the moon, Gilligan, to the moon.
I'm sure glad they didn't do a new Gilligan's Island movie. They were talking about it, and they didn't.
Well, see, there you go. Double-sided DVDs are corrupt. That's why they don't make them anymore. That's the problem I got with Gilligan. That they're double-sided DVDs. So
I think if you had
a movie and
properly,
make it
they're
a
fine.
mashup of Gilligan and Man from U.N.C.L.E.
There we go.
And besides, when I turned the TV on to go watch the end of the Grand Prix, flipping to the channel, and on Me TV today, they had an episode of Gilligan's Island in color.
Oh, the black and white one?
No, in color. And I'm looking at it and going, boy, the color looks so bad on this. It looks so washed out. It didn't even look like a clean copy. It was kind of blurry.
An original print or something.
Well, it was like, this has got to be season 1 colorized. So, like, I decided, yeah, I think I got time to see the end of it. And yeah, it was a season 1 episode, but it was badly colorized.
Well, that's what I said that when I was at my mother's, it would come on once in a while, and they were all season 1 colorized. The ones on hers looked good, except like they go into the jungle or whatever, and every tree was exactly the same color. All the greens were the same green, and in the huts, there's no variation in color. Inside and outside the huts are all exactly the same color.
Back then, all they had was 16 colors to use.
Well, there's only so many crayons in a box of Crayola.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
That's what's wrong with colorization, unless you do it frame by frame and take your time.
Well, if they can recolorize I Love Lucy or whatever, they can redo Gilligan. Come on, do it.
I haven't seen one that they've gotten right yet. I mean, it's just.
Bewitched was beautiful.
Well,
colorized better than the regular colorized ones.
But some of it, you just think, why did they do it? Like, made it worse.
Well, they could redo Gilligan, I think. Why was the skipper always hunched over? From ringing the bell.
Well, they have the technology now. They can take, they've got enough stills to still survive and stuff. They can show those to the computer, and then the computer can take over and make everything right. Where back in the 80s when it started, late 70s and 80s, they just guessed at everything, and they didn't. Now they have the technology to do it properly.
Look, Jorgen is here. He's no longer AWOC.
They released me yesterday.
No, that's good.
Well,
he got out of the hospital from his ape attack
against bail.
Okay.
How is your arm doing from your fall? You all healed up?
It's a little bit weaker when I can't lift 100% this week when I
Right.
do this. I'm trying to undo my hand exercising every day.
Yeah.
But it's stronger than it was.
Yeah.
It's been before.
Yeah, it'll come. It takes
Yeah.
time.
Yeah,
Just
yeah. My
walk
advice
around.
is just use it as much or more than you used to. Just use it as much as you can, and it'll get stronger.
Mhm.
I can only be for a short while because I'm going to bed. I'm going to work tomorrow. So
Word.
Hi, Ollie.
What's that?
Hi,
Work.
Ollie.
I remember
It's
that.
that highly overrated thing that people do.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. It's a damn thing, but now it is what it is.
I thought Jorgen was injured by something else.
now on my YouTube channel. Now on my YouTube channel also.
You know, the heck of it is, now that I'm retired, I got all this time to listen to music. My stereo keeps blowing up.
I know. I hate that.
My Techniques from 1978
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
still works great.
Oh my God.
See, I can't.
I love the reaction though.
Yeah.
You know,
It's fire.
and he's like, ah. The reaction is wonderful.
Reminds me of Steve Carlson when he had the flood and he was in a movie at the same time. Oh, I gotta go. There's someone saying there's been a flood. I don't understand.
25 rock revival greats on KTEL. Still got it. Still got it.
You know, I swear K-Tal released an album every week. Okay.
Yeah.
You couldn't keep up with it. Just
The only
run.
trouble with 25 songs on a
Who's the one that did? Who was James Last? Was James Last K-Tel or was he Ronco? Like, remember James Last used to put stuff out all the time?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
the
but
instrumental guy.
that didn't hit the U.S. much. That hit the
Oh, we had
Canadian
James
market.
Last all over.
we had a lot of jam. I'm gonna guess that was KTEL.
I mean, KTEL started in '69 or '70, and they didn't quit till they might have still been around in the 2000s. I mean, they made CDs. A lot of people don't realize that they switched to CDs, and they were still making CDs long into the CD thing.
I remember the KTEL album for like $1.99.
Oh yeah, they were.
Yeah, very cheap. Yeah.
Real.
Well, they would wind up. Initially, they were always just mail order on TV, but they would wind up in stores and budget bins and stuff. Like that.
That's interesting.
Get it at this and this and this and this. Run to your keyboard.
Since I started vinyl community, there's been a lot of talk of KTEL, and in Sweden, KTEL is beyond low budget on the thrift store.
Okay. Or nothing. Yeah.
Jorgen, do you have anything new to show us this week?
No, only
Only
Swedish.
Oh.
This is Harry and Hi-Fi.
Hi, Harry.
Harry and Hi-Fi. Okay. That's good.
He doesn't look that Harry.
Harry Arnold.
Okay.
It is Swedish something orchestra.
But I have something that I could compensate with. Albums that my father is shipping away his record collection. And I'm taking care of it. Very extremely few stuff that are interesting I keep, and so far it's nearly only Swedish stuff. A lot of stuff, mostly it is Swedish dancing orchestras and religious stuff. But there are some that actually would fit into album of the week. Actually,
okay.
I have a little stuff I could show that could be future.
Holy cow!
That could be future album of the week.
Yeah.
Okay.
The
I'm
Sweden
going to the
edition.
bathroom. See you in a few minutes.
Yes, this is the Sweden edition of album of the week.
Yes.
No, I don't think there's Harry lo-fi. Not that anybody would actually admit it. This one, on the front, it doesn't look that much low budget, so that bad. This is Swedish country group Rankarna, and the album is called The Black Sheep of the Family.
Oh,
Problem is that on the back, I'm not sure that it's a sheep or a woodpecker.
Okay.
Well, it's kind of a sheep in a gorilla outfit. Hey, maybe that's the gorilla that tried to beat you up.
Yeah, might be.
Exactly.
The Swedish
Sweden-
Jim Henson wasn't as good as the American Jim Henson.
The Swedish dancing orchestras are famous for having many of them have the members having the same outfit, for better or for worse.
Oh, it looks like disco, or like the Osmonds. I mean, like
Yeah,
the
look
Swedish
like it.
Osmonds.
Deck of cards.
I wouldn't call it that exactly. It's a Swedish dancing orchestra, Tonics.
Tonics.
Exactly.
Tonics.
Or is that tonics?
In for a real nice hairdo. Swedish religious band Samuelsons.
Hey, heavens.
Oh, okay.
Dig the hair, man.
That
The
is
album is called Songs You Will Like to Remember, with a picture that we like to forget.
Makes me want to dig out my old leisure suits.
Yeah. And
Polyester.
oh, it's
Like
Beach
that-
Boys.
like- Like the sideburns.
yeah.
Who are these people?
Seems like a little empty kind of a gig, doesn't it?
Ooh. Okay.
In the middle of the desert.
Peter, Paul, and Mary.
Close. Börje, Lasse, and Peggy. You're not supposed to have too much stuff on the record cover, because then you might not be able to see what the title of the album is.
Ooh, jeez.
Yeah, that is hard to read.
And now one of my absolute favorites when it comes to stupid record covers for religious. This is
Oh, okay.
What? Sure do.
The statue is real. It's by Swedish sculptor Carl Milles, and it's called God's Hand. But you should maybe not photograph it in frog perspective. And maybe a little bit better editing.
Are you trying to beat out the album of the week with these things?
Looks like it. Yeah.
You.
Singing in the shower, or should I say singing with the shower?
Ooh. Okay.
I'd buy that for $1.
You know, you gotta wonder what the thinking is when you put a picture like that on an album cover. Like, what's it trying to? What's the message?
The album title is Put Against the Wall.
Sheesh.
This is damn ridiculous.
Again, like, what? How does that tie in?
If you're supposed to make an album cover, maybe it's good if you see what it's actually is supposed to look like, not having a negative picture.
Yeah,
Woodstock.
just a bunch of people sitting around.
Yeah.
And if you're supposed to have it, maybe it's not a good idea to do it with a group that you're supposed to present.
Yeah.
Please, Sedgwick!
Happens every time. And I was there, I don't remember it.
Yeah.
Oh.
And it's
Look at the freaky old lady there.
is it folk group or
A religious group.
oh, okay with
Peter,
the,
Paul, Mary, and Zeppo.
But I hate when they actually they don't dare to put them. They call themselves in a name. So they call themselves by the.
Oh, Nilsson. Yeah. Harry's
I
brother.
like the lady. She looked kind of freaky.
It looks like a mom and her 3 kids, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a mom.
Got to bring mom along. Yeah.
And finally, Gospel 4 with the
Ooh. Okay.
How come there's 7 of them?
little.
Oh, the
Yeah.
Brady Bunch.
Interesting that Gospel 4 and it's 7 of them, and a little blur picture for some reason.
A little bit confused there.
Holy cow.
Someone looking behind the bushes.
Well,
Yeah.
the hit single from that album is "Lord, Please Teach Us to Count." That was
I don't know. It's the 4 with the Bee Gees.
I like the title. The title of the album is "I Never Forget That Day."
That day when I couldn't count to 4. Is that in Sweden or Windsor?
It's not here. You can make me small if you want to.
They're coming for Jorgen again.
Yeah.
Those guys were fighting earlier. I think one of them killed the other.
I admit I escaped bail.
Murder in Greg's.
My neighborhood is burning down.
Oh no!
Save your cookie jar.
Yeah. Fortunately, they went the other way. So.
Okay, well that's good.
Yeah.
They're
They went
running.
that way.
Yeah, they're running from the fire.
Oh yeah, I had that one. I had that one time. Yeah.
22 explosive hits on KTEL.
It's kind of hard on your stylus.
Explosive too.
11 tracks aside, and look at what one of the tracks is. Let me.
Layla.
Layla, like half the song. Yeah.
Yeah, really.
Half. It's probably about 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's not even half.
I probably showed this before, Doc, but they had this one too.
Oh, sure. Oh, BTO.
Okay.
Who are we? We got guests.
Wow.
Canada's fine.
Oh yeah, Polaris. Yeah, April Wine, BTO, Charity.
Yeah,
I
gotta
know.
be Canadian.
What song did the Guess Who do on that?
Hang on. American Woman is on it.
Yeah, they don't have the right band lineup. They got the Troiano lineup. He didn't. Yeah, whatever.
I guess that's the only one. I was thinking maybe there's more than one song by.
Yeah, there could be more than one.
They didn't put Keith Hampshire on that. Boo.
But yeah, then I just pulled a couple of KTELs. That's all. I've got a lot.
Wow.
I just pulled a couple.
Oh, they were. Yeah, they had a whole slew of those.
Oh, there's millions. Like I said, there's millions of them. Every genre. You know.
I did.
I have to go back to this one because it was asked like 10 minutes ago.
There was a
Does
show.
anyone remember her out Space Nuts?
No.
Don't know that one.
It was
Aha!
JorgenS and the other guy.
I am the only one. We have the Croft shows.
Why are they in a cereal bowl?
Well, you watch Saturday morning Croft shows. They're on the bowls.
It was Gilligan and this other guy. Yeah.
You do have an episode of Far Out Space Nuts. Yeah, so there you go. Although why there's a
bag of milk
Lisville
in
commentary by George Lopez, I don't know.
I think they're standing in milk in that cereal bowl.
Yeah, but you need to see the bag that it comes in.
So there you go. Woof and Stoof.
Oh, okay.
Or is that puffin stuff? Because that's what the Crofts were doing when they
Yeah, it
made
looks like stud muffin.
it. Does. Yes. So there you go. All right.
By that much.
Yeah. Yeah. See, DC Toontime is out there. They are the Scandinavian knack.
Oh.
Okay.
I think he means some of the records actually.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything I missed? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't think he's.
I do.
He do. Okay.
Sweet knees.
Sweet knees. Jorgen doesn't either.
Whoa, wait.
Sweet knees.
I speak Swedish.
Yeah.
I don't know if we could play Looking for Nub. Wouldn't there be a copyright?
Probably, yeah, you'd probably get hit on that.
Yeah.
Be a way of ending the show early.
It's in poor taste. So like, I don't. It's what they could do like 30 years ago, but I don't think they'd allow that now. That's right. Okay. And now we've come to the part of the program when we're all silent.
For who died?
Yeah.
Well, I could show a box set of the week.
That's a good.
Go ahead, Tim.
That's better than trying to hype Fresket again. Okay.
Yeah. See your box set of the week.
Yeah. Go, Tim. Go.
It's called the Motown Review, 1965. It's
Ooh,
45
okay.
Whoa.
set.
What the
Mhm.
hell is that?
French EPs. They're from France.
And
What?
yeah, this is these all came out originally in France.
France.
And,
Everything from France.
they're interesting EPs. You get Martha Reeves and the Vandellas.
There they are. Nowhere to run. And
Which
what?
yeah, but look at Paul might know this song. Look at this song right here. Motoring.
Oh,
No,
Motoring, yeah.
Motoring. Do you know Motoring, Paul?
Yeah, I do.
The Who did Motoring, but it never got released.
Yeah, right.
These guys
Well,
did it
they're
first.
not the only ones, though.
They're covering Martha Reeves and the Vandellas.
Well, yeah, they did that. Who else did that song? Somebody else did that song.
I only know the Who's version, but
no, somebody had a single out of that. I thought.
Well, the Vandellas, but I don't know.
Yeah.
But
maybe
this
I can
is
find
actually
that.
pretty cool. This is an instrumental EP, Earl Van Dyke. This is pretty interesting.
Oh, that's Dick Van Dyke's brother.
No, it's not.
His cousin Earl.
But this is an interesting EP. I like it actually. You got "Stop in the Name of Love" by the Supremes.
What?
Okay.
Never heard of that one.
Stop.
And most of these, unlike American EPs, not that there were that many, most of them only have the one big hit and then just other tracks. Where America, they tried to put at least 2 hits on an EP, sometimes more. "Ooh Baby Baby," The Miracles.
Oh, okay. Oh, baby, baby. Yeah, I remember that song. Linda Ronstadt did it.
This one actually does have 2 hits because this has "Shop Around." This one has "You Really Got a Hold of Me" and "Shop Around" too. Wow, this one
Okay.
is, most of them don't. Most of them just have the one hit.
Are they live songs or studio?
No, they're just EP tracks.
Oh, okay.
Singles, and whatever else. And Little Stevie Wonder.
Okay.
Tiny Stevie Wonder.
Mm-hmm.
Which this doesn't have any hits from well, "Castles in the Sand" may have been a kind of a hit, but yeah, that's it. There's 5 of them, and there's the hype sticker. I stuck it in the box.
Mm-hmm.
It's got a number.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's numbered.
And you can get MP versions of.
I
That's
forget,
a pretty
I forget who put this out. I know it's European, but it's I didn't
pretty
stick
cool
it in.
set.
It's just sitting there. It fell out. I thought I stuck it in.
From France. That's a pretty cool set, actually.
Yeah, it's an interesting set. And it's stuff that a lot of this I didn't have anywhere. I was shocked when I put the Martha Reeves and the Vandellas on and I heard "Motoring." I was like, oh my God. So yeah. So that's, and I keep the shrink on as long as I can. We'll sit there.
I am here because I have a confession to make.
Okay. What'd you do?
So shows the Supremes, "Stop in the Name of Love." That was one of those songs that in the early days I misconstrued the title.
Oh, what was it called? What did you think it was?
I thought it was "Stop in the Name of the Law."
No.
Stop in the name of the law before you. Then I finally saw the record. Oh, "Stop in the Name of Love." Oh.
Yeah.
We're all guilty. Come
Yeah,
on.
the Hollies had a hit for that song too. So
Ooh. What that Gurr has something in his hand.
what does Gurr have? No.
Keith Moon, the drummer.
The Who?
Oh, "Motoring" on side 2.
Oh,
of this.
okay. Yeah.
Aha. Mhm.
Yeah, I don't know if Tim's seeing that.
Yeah.
It's on the reissue of
Oh, okay.
My Generation. It's the
Yeah. I don't have the 2 or 3 or however many records it
There it is
is,
right there.
but I do have it on CD.
Yeah.
And I have a boot. I have a really nice Who bootleg of early rarities and stuff, and motorings on that.
That would be like a hoot leg.
Yeah, exactly. Great song, but I was just shocked when I heard Martha Reeves do
This
it.
is a really good, if you're into the Who, this is a really good 3-record set reissue they did. It's on the Brunswick label, which was the original label for the album. And this is what actually one of the best debut albums, in my opinion, out there. This is a really great album. When I did a few years ago, I did a thing with John Heaton where we looked at the Beatles, the Stones, the Who, and the Kinks debut albums, and I think we ranked this the second best of the debut albums. With Please Please Me being the first, but really outstanding album. So if you don't have it, you should get the 3-record set version, because there's a lot of a lot of extra material on it.
The 3-record is basically, I believe it's basically the 2-disc version that came out.
Yeah.
It's basically that. Yeah, it's
Whoa,
that.
Yeah.
It's that.
I just got it there. Yeah.
Ooh, look
So
at
it's
that.
it's on the original. Oh, not up.
It's on a quad fold.
Yeah. You get nice stuff with it, and it's on the.
Jeff, if you don't know motoring, check out motoring. It's great. I don't know why that track didn't get released at the time.
Disc 2.
Yeah. Disc 2, song number 5. Yeah. Yeah.
I was even going to tell you Disc 2, song 5. Certain songs I have memorized where they are on the CD.
That's the original Brunswick label that they came out on.
Ooh, pretty. Look at that deck.
This even before they were, well, it's still Polydor. You can see it's still, but it's of course they were eventually on Decca, right? So very cool.
I like the back of that album jacket. If you could hold that up for a second.
Yeah, hang on. Yeah.
Okay. They got the band members and what part they play in the band.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And they've got Roger Daltrey triangle.
Okay.
No, they say singer.
No, I got the pictures on this. I don't have the. Yeah.
You're the first person ever to make Roger Daltrey and Tracy Partridge up. But.
Yeah, they do. They're both blonde.
Now, I want everyone to sing along. The girl with colitis goes by.
Well, there you go.
I would do if I heard the original sometime.
I hadn't heard that one before.
Everybody knows Life in the Vaseline, you know.
Life in the Vaseline.
Yeah.
Yeah, my brother worked with a guy who hated Hey Jude, and he was Jewish. He thought he was singing Hey Jew.
Oh, yeah.
And he hated the Beatles because of that. And my brother pointed it out to him one day. What the guy felt like a real dink.
It's all right here. Triangle and tambourine. It's very
both 2 instruments. Hey.
They're tambourine girl. Oh, wait a minute.
yeah. Hey, I think we're all different, aren't we?
Now
We're all different.
Well, we're different, all right.
We're all okay.
Oh yeah. I put my cover back on mine, but that was the same thing I was holding up.
I watch John Heaton from time to time. I like his take. Take on what?
Yeah, sometimes I do too.
Yeah, I like the thing I like about John is I don't always agree with what he says, but he researches what he says. Like he knows what he's read stuff, and he's got an opinion. And I don't always agree with it, but he's educated in his opinion. That's what I'm trying to say. If I was more educated, I would have said it much quicker.
You mean he's not just clickbait?
No, and he's not just spitting things out there because he's a fanboy. He is a bit of a fanboy, and that's fine.
Aren't we all
But
fanboys?
he's educated, and that's what I like. And he's generally giving you an honest opinion of what he thinks. He doesn't really care what other people think. So I like him.
He's a smart fanboy.
I like that about him. He's pretty cool.
Speaking of misheard lyrics, my favorite is someone who heard the Gangnam Style and thought it was he sang "Open Condom Store." And since then I call it Gangnam Style Condom Store.
Only in Sweden.
Well, it wasn't a Swedish one, but.
And now, while we put our records away,
I'm gonna keep mine until the show's over, see, because my Who CD opens up like that. And this is Decca, or this is Brunswick.
yeah.
But I think that's got the same number of tracks as the 3-record set. So,
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I think it's the same thing.
yeah, it came out at the same time.
I hope it's not put out by Warner Brothers because there's disc rot going on.
MCA. It says MCA.
Whoa. Okay.
Universal Music Company.
Universal owns everything now.
Well, yeah. Originally, MCA was on its own, and then it bought Decca, and then it got bought.
The world. Yeah.
But I got to tell you, when it comes to Who albums, MCA pressings are not that great. When you compare them to the original Decca pressings, there's a huge difference. I don't know why there would be, but there is. You really notice it on albums like Who's Next and what was the other one I was thinking of? Meaty Beaty, Big and Bouncy. And you remember they did the early albums and the 2-record sets?
Yeah, I was about to say all those 2/4 sound like
those were
all of
horrible.
them.
Compared to the originals, they sound terrible. They don't sound that good at all.
All of them are really just crappy.
They're not that good at all.
Nope.
Let's see, what was it? Well, when they first put out the Batman TV series, there was a mistake on one of the discs, and I did contact Warner Brothers. Suddenly, I had discs coming in. Like they sent me a bunch of them. Like every once in a while, another one in the mail, another one in the mail. Like Warner Brothers, like, what are you doing? You're sending me all these discs. So, yeah, I guess. But I mean, like, I bought that Gilligan's Island years ago. So I don't know if that would count now, Doc. So, but anyway,
Doc Talk.
Oh, Doc
Yeah,
Talk.
Doc Talk.
Doc Talk.
Okay, but I'm gonna have to get a Swedish version of Gilligan's Island. I think maybe
No,
they're
Turkish version.
Turkish.
I don't know if that's such a exists, to be honest.
I don't think I have that anymore. Do I? Wait a minute.
Probably not. The Superman one.
The fat Superman.
Yeah, the Rolodex is like good.
Superman's been in the mashed potato line.
I wonder who didn't get the role. Like who did they pass over to take that fat guy?
Oh no.
Let's just say that his dancing is anything but super.
I think they first offered it to Luciano Pavarotti.
He said no.
He wasn't fat enough.
Mhm.
They had to get somebody
And
else.
then they went to Orson Welles.
Mhm.
I kept that one though. Got rid of the P lady, but kept Superman.
And then to Andre the Giant.
Yeah, it'd be good.
That would be frightening. Whoa. Jeff, your cats are interrupting
I hear
again.
He wants to go outside.
Oh,
I
yeah.
told him no. No, he he has a hurt paw. I'm gonna wait until his paw gets better.
Merry Christmas.
Not yet. A few more days.
Is his mom okay?
Yeah, he's okay.
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 I'm just. Well, you said his paw was hurt, so I wondered if
Yeah.
his mom was okay.
He went in the bushes and there were a bunch of bees, and he got stung by a bee on his front paw.
Oh, that can be nasty.
Mhm.
Are you talking about the Merry Christmas one with the puppets? That one runs about 2 minutes. Jeez.
Mhm.
We'll save that for Christmas or when I really need to fill in some time.
Mhm.
We're not that desperate yet to start playing Ms. Pac-Man.
No.
I'm signing off now because I'm going to bed. It's midnight here, so I'm going to bed.
Oh,
Okay. Yeah, Jorgen. Have a good night.
Sure,
See you
Sean.
later.
Jorgen,
Bye.
seeing you.
bye-bye. That was Jorgen from all the way from Sweden who has to go to work.
Sweden, where it's midnight. Yes,
Ugh, jeez. Well, it's rough work in Sweden,
it
like
is.
shoveling the snow
Thank you.
all day.
And it's
If
almost
you ever
summer.
need to learn how to speak Swedenese, that's the man.
Yeah, Jorgen will help you.
Yeah, Sweden, like Canada is a beautiful country, but man, when you see stuff in Sweden, it's pretty nice too.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. Go to Jorgen's channel. Sometimes he's got like a little travelogue. Like, look at here, I'm walking along a river.
Yeah, that whole part of the world, Sweden, Norway, Finland, it's all very it's all very pretty up there.
Very, very. Go check it out.
Stay in. You stay in. Okay.
Oh,
You
there's
stay
those
in.
damn cats again.
Mm-hmm. You stay
Oh.
in. No, you stay in.
Out.
You stay in a couple more days.
Getting back talk from the cats.
Yes, I am.
Jeez.
Sorry, no.
Jeff's getting a tongue lashing.
Mm-hmm. No, that kitty is named Shadow, and Shadow has to stay in a couple more days.
Why? What happens in a couple of days?
Yeah, he'll be putting more weight on his front paw because he got stung by a bee right there, and it hurt for a few
Don't
days.
play with bees, you dumb cat.
Goes in the bushes. He's doesn't know, No, you're not going outside. Hush.
How about the twofers of CCR albums? A decent price.
Oh yeah, I vaguely remember those. I never
I
bought
don't
them.
remember those.
Yeah, I vaguely remember those. Yeah, they're a limited time thing. I never heard them. Though I can't speak to how
There
good
used
they
to- the twofers of Beach Boys albums sounded great.
Oh yeah, back
Until
then.
recently, the best pressing you could get of Pet Sounds was the twofer with the what was it called? The album that only came out as a twofer with Pet Sounds. I can't remember. It's got
Smiley
a red
Smile. Smiley Smile.
Beach Boy. No, it's a Beach Boys
Oh.
side project.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
I can't remember what it's called, but that's a really good pressing of that album.
There's a Russian company that did twofers of the Beatles albums on CD. They were out for a while.
I showed a few months ago. I found at the thrift store 2 Traveling Wilburys ones. I think there's 2. Maybe
They did them with the Guess
something
Who as
else,
well.
and they're weird. But yeah,
They did 2 for CDs of the Guess Who albums as well, but they're not the greatest. They sound okay, but they're not the great. I got a few of them, but
yeah.
and they did weird combinations too. Like they weren't consecutive albums. They were like just totally at opposite ends of the catalog. Some of them.
I don't get twofers on CD unless they're shortish albums and you're gonna put them on one disc. I get that, but I've got like 1 or 2 Beach Boys, which have like 2 30-minute discs, and I'm like, well, why don't you just put it on one disc? Why are you doing this?
Well, the Guess Who ones were all on one disc. I did 2 albums
Yeah.
on one disc.
Yeah, that makes sense. I don't get these twofers, but they're on separate discs. So what's the point? No bonus tracks or anything either. Capitol did it both ways. I have Capitol Beach Boys with bonus tracks, 2 on one disc, and a couple bonus tracks. And I also have them with 2 discs, no bonus tracks.
Mm-hmm.
Can I do my comedy bit now?
Yes, comedy by Doc.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. I don't want that on there anymore. We had a question about Beach Boys CDs. What came on the twofer of Pet Sounds? So I am trying to summon Mason.
No, no, we don't need that. I could go look. I forget what it's called. It's somebody in the something. I forget. I forget what it's called.
I don't know. Trombone Dixie. I don't.
No, Trombone Dixie is a bonus cut on Pet Sounds.
Anything on Pet Sounds is not a bonus.
I'm sorry, Pet Sounds is the best album ever made. So I'm.
Calling Mason. Calling Mason. Come in, Mason.
The best album ever made. I'm not a huge Beach Boys fan, but it's the best album ever made. Hang on to Your Ego is another bonus track from Pet Sounds. I mean, I've got the Pet Sounds 4 CD box. I mean, it's essential.
Ventures 2 ones are nice.
Yeah.
Pet Sounds was never released as a 2
Yes, it was. I have it. Not on CD, on album, and I have it. You want me to go get it? Carl and the Passions. I just remember the name of the album it was released with.
This is one of those Guess Who twofers where you got Artificial Paradise and Wheatfield Soul. So that's weird because Wheatfield Soul was their first album. Artificial Paradise was their 9th album.
That's not consecutive.
And it's like, it's weird how they did some of that stuff. And then, see, they do it. No, I didn't do it now. Yeah, some of that stuff is just, I don't know what they were thinking. Another weird one is when they did Road Food.
And
put Clap for the Wolfman. They put side 2 as side 1 and side 1 as side 2.
What? That's terrible.
Well, because Clap for the Wolfman was the big hit, right? So that was kind of a weirdo thing to do.
What was RCA thinking?
And here's another one where they did Rockin' and Flavors. So totally different band lineup. Rockin' was like their 7th album, and Flavors was their second last one. And then they did it with Road Food and Power in the Music as well.
Well, they're probably taking one longer album and one shorter album. It's probably, I mean, they probably couldn't do it consecutively because it would have been over the time.
I don't think so, because they're all about the same length. It's not like, I don't know. It just was a weird time where they were doing that. I don't know why they didn't just release them as solo albums. They eventually did, which is the funny part, because in the 2000s there's an American company called Iconoclassics, which remastered them and released them all again as separate albums with bonus tracks. And I've been trying to track them down, so they're really hard to find now. And when you find them, people want a lot of money for them, but they sound really good. Those are probably the best sounding CDs, is the Iconoclassic ones. I've been finding them online and downloading them, but even then I can't find them all, and they're really hard to track them down. So if you see Iconoclassics, grab them. They sound really great.
CD, but I went and got this because Pauline is rarely wrong, but she's wrong here. Carl and the Passions. The only way you could get this was as a twofer with Pet Sounds.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And there it is. There's the inside cover, which has no relation to Pet Sounds whatsoever.
No.
But this is one of the best, and it's on Warner Brothers. It's not even, it's not even Capitol, but Capitol must have loaned them the tapes because this sounds really, really good. This is one of the best presents of Pet Sounds you can get. So there. It exists, and I have it. It's in a Warner Lost Leader.
But you see, if it's the same album, just mono/stereo. That doesn't count as a twofer.
No, but yeah, no, I don't consider it is either, but it is a 2-disc. Sometimes they even do 2-disc versions of those, but I don't consider giving you both mono and stereo a twofer.
That doesn't count.
But this is a twofer.
That's a twofer.
And I think they probably did this because they wanted So Tough by Carl and the Passions to sell. And if they did it as a twofer with Pet Sounds, it would help both albums because they were trying to get Pet Sounds gold. Pet Sounds wasn't even gold at this point yet, which is sad. And Capitol and Warner both got together and tried together to get it a gold record, and they couldn't even do it. It's a gold record now.
Twofer. Just because it's got the same album.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like deja vu all over again. It's craziness. So like twofer is 2 different albums on the same disc. This is the same album, just mono and stereo. That's it. But it's still Pet Sounds though. Ugh. Oh, that doesn't get a laugh anymore. Okay.
Okay.
Technically, Pet Sounds with Carl's on the Passions is a twofer. But when it comes to the CD twofers, Pet Sounds is a standalone release.
Yeah. No, I wasn't talking about. We were talking about record pressings. So, talking about record pressings, we weren't talking about CDs. We're talking about records.
What's our favorite album of the 60s?
Probably the
50 million Elvis fans can't be wrong.
Yeah, volume 2 or something, or 3. Or
the greatest
like
hits. Of course,
Yeah.
Doc's favorite album would be a greatest hits.
Yeah.
You don't need more than 20 songs by any one artist ever.
Indeed. Yeah. I know when I bought it, I cried too because I spent the money on it. What did I do?
Well, Pet Sounds. That's my favorite album of the 60s. It's my favorite album. Odyssey and Oracle is probably number 2.
Yeah, the only reason I have it is it's because it's a prop. You know, we talk about it, I hold it up. Look, see, prop. Do I like it? No.
Let me ask you something, Doc, and I'm being serious about this. How can you dislike Pet Sounds so much and listen to Ski Lodge every week? Because everything he plays on Ski Lodge sounds kind of like Pet Sounds. That's what Pet Sounds is.
No.
Yes. Everything. Pet Sounds is the Beach Boys kind of doing 60s
Nothing
lounge
sounds like
sunshine pop.
Sandler Young on here. No. I don't believe it. No.
Yes. That's what Pet Sounds is.
But in an alternate universe, had it been released, Pet Sounds and Smile would have been a twofer. Maybe.
Well, Smiley Smile did come out, but it's not the same thing.
Look at that. Tim, look.
That was a twofer with something, but I can't remember what it was a twofer with. That came out as a twofer, though.
Tim is 100% right.
Yeah, I mean, Pet Sounds isn't the first Sunshine Pop album, but it's one of the first. They got away from surf and mixed in sort of lounge and adult contemporary and that kind of stuff. And it's an interesting sound. It changed music a lot.
Depends if Smile was a double album. No. It's a single album plus another single album. That's a twofer. So if it was a double album, that's not a twofer.
No, but he's saying they recorded. Nobody knows what the final track listing of Smile would have been, but they had enough for a double, is what he's saying, and they did. Smile. There was a lot of tracks recorded for Smile.
No. Capitol Records needed an art department. Yeah. I listened to Ski Lodge for Sandra and Young. No, I listened for Vince Guaraldi.
Well, you're disappointed most of the time, Doc. She doesn't play with girlsy that often.
I know. When you listen to ski lines, you never know what you're gonna get. No wild honey. No, come wild honey.
That may have been what it was released with. I can't remember. But Smile did come out as a twofer on Capitol. Most of those early albums did.
I think for Doc, the ski lounge is a Dylan safe zone. He doesn't play Dylan. Yeah, he probably does, but
no,
I don't think he does.
I don't think he does.
No, Dylan's not. Dylan's never done a song that would be. I think "Lay Lady Lay" is probably the closest thing.
Oh, that would make me cry.
That he could play, but he would never play it.
We're just there to comment on the picture. Why is that lady wearing purple? Something like that. We had no ski lodge this past Tuesday. What? I had to watch regular stuff on YouTube. That was terrible. Because YouTube has been terrible lately. All kinds of AI and
Did you say lately?
Yeah. Never mind.
YouTube probably has 10 million channels, Doc. There's always something on. They're all on demand. So there's always something on.
Yeah, well, when you refresh the page and here's what YouTube has for you, and you're scrolling down.
Don't pay attention to that. Who cares about that?
Well, I'm looking for something to watch, and all I see is this AI stuff. Although I will say, what was it? Gur brought up the thing of, oh, look, here's what the. Oh, I forgot now. Where they take a cartoon and they make it real life.
Oh yeah.
I've forgotten what it was now.
Well, the Jetsons. They did the Jetsons. They turned them into real people.
Oh yeah, the Jetsons. Yeah. So, and then after that, here's what the King of the Hill people would look like.
Yeah. I only saw
I sent you that
one of those, the daughter, and I'm like, yep.
I sent you the King of the Hill one, and there's a whole bunch of them out there. Yeah.
Well, but the one I saw, I forget the character name, but the bald one, when it turned into a real person, I said, Beetle Brad.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. I thought exactly the same thing.
It looks like Beetle Brad. Beetle Brad's here.
Well, see, that's the thing. AI gathers information. So as soon as you start making pictures of Beetle Brad, which a certain Peter has done, that's in their system now. So that's going to use that. That's part of their
I don't know.
That's part of the information that they have now.
Beetle Brad. But
that's the scary thing about AI. Everything you add to AI, it remembers. Mm-hmm. So it will never forget any of it. And
I think I saw one of the Flintstones as well.
Oh, gee, that would be horrible. Yeah. Did it look like John Goodman?
Well, yeah, but the Betty and Wilma looked hot.
Well,
there's a bunch of those.
For a while, about a year ago or something, they were doing all these 50s sci-fi things,
Yeah.
They all looked straight out of like Russ Meyer movies. I'm like,
yeah,
but it's like, not all women look like that. In an AI, all women look like that.
Yeah, I ran across one of The Simpsons.
Yeah, I saw that one.
All the ladies look like, they jumped out of an adult magazine or something.
But the first one on that Jetsons one has George, and it looks like a middle-aged guy with red hair. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And I was sort of like, oh, I want to see what Jane looks like with that hair that comes up like this. But no, they had the hair kind of subdued, and she actually looked pretty good.
She looked pretty hot.
But you were saying
Elroy looked like a 3-year-old.
Yeah.
But you're saying like, oh, Judy must have been hot, and I said, not really, because it showed like a teenager with this ponytail coming straight out of the.
Yeah.
No, I don't like that. No, I don't really care for that.
Well, the Scooby Doo one is interesting.
Well, we've had them in real life people already.
I know, but there's an AI Scooby Doo.
Yeah, but when they showed Scooby Doo, it was a picture of a dog.
And the other the people too.
And I'm sorry, and I can't be alone in this. When people cosplay as characters in Scooby Doo, why does Velma always become the hot one? Because on Scooby Doo, she wasn't the hot one. But whenever people dress up as cosplay Scooby Doo, Velma is inevitably the hot one.
Called Jetsons Brought to Life was the one I think we were looking at.
Yeah.
And there's a whole bunch of them on the
After I watched that, then I got like other ones because YouTube hears what I'm watching, so all of a sudden
they start coming up.
Well, YouTube hears everything. YouTube hears this.
I know,
Haven't you
right
ever talked about something in a stream and then you go onto YouTube later and there's what you were talking about right there on the screen for you to watch? They're always listening.
Yeah, so YouTube quit listening to me because they're giving me a lot of crap in the
Yeah.
And they're getting worse. You used to be able to go to like Google Images and type in stuff and it wouldn't affect anything. Now, if I search for something in Google Images, I'm getting videos about it on YouTube. And it's like, wait a minute, that didn't used to happen.
It's getting crazy out there, really. See, Martin says YouTube for me is like old guys talking. Well, I wonder why. If you're looking at this. Have some more old guys talking.
Yeah.
Isn't that what YouTube is about? Old guys talking?
Yeah.
Dragnet 1950s. I don't know much about that.
Well, that's a pretty good show.
Dragnet was
Jack Webb.
yeah.
I know
Jack Webb looks much younger, in the 50s Dragnet.
And it had Colonel Potter. So what could be wrong with that?
Yeah, in the 60s show, not in the 50s.
Yeah, he was around the 50s. But
Yeah.
Oh, wasn't he?
No.
I thought he was around in the 50s.
No. He came in the second incarnation.
That was the one I watched, was the second incarnation.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
What? Cousin Oliver won't be around tonight? What? Wow, how do you know? How do you know this thing? Must be AI. It must have hurt us.
Might be. No, one year I got my wife got me in the entire 60s Dragnet series, all 4 seasons. And I used to go to Goodwill several years ago to get work jeans. And my dad told me that there was a 50s Dragnet too. And I found the metal case. They had those metal case of Dragnet. And had 12 of the original episodes. Now you can see them online now, but there was about 12.
But I remember you could never see them on TV because they're black and white, right?
Yeah, yeah. Nowadays they're public domain. You can,
Yeah.
Yeah, TV wasn't showing, but for a long time you didn't see like the first season of Gilligan's Island on TV.
Yeah, yeah.
It wouldn't show it, or Bewitched, or I Dream of Jeannie, because they were black and white.
Well, was Dragnet? Did they go like 68 to 71? Was that the
67 to 70?
67 to 70. Okay.
And they were going to do another Dragnet. Hey, Robert, in 1980 or 81 or something like that. But Jack Webb died of a heart attack.
Ooh, that would be.
Well, okay. So after Married with Children, they did do a Dragnet with
with new people.
Yeah, and the father on Dragnet on Married with Children was the new Friday, but it didn't last very long.
No, because I can't do that
a serious role. So
I can't.
Actually, he was pretty good in it. He's not a bad actor, that guy.
Yeah.
But I just can't see Al Bundy as Sergeant Friday.
Well, no, but they actually I thought they did a pretty good job with it. It didn't last very long.
I thought as far as Sergeant Fridays went, it wasn't a good movie, but I thought Aykroyd was good. If you're going to make a comedy about Dragnet, Aykroyd's actually pretty good.
Yeah, he can play that.
Being that stiff-nosed, no nonsense.
Yeah. what I read, they actually had several scripts already written, and Jack Webb's new partner was going to be Kent McCord, who is the guy in Adam 12, the younger guy, and he had a massive heart attack and died in his.
Well, Jack Webb produced Adam 12.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
It was his show, but he had a massive heart attack at 62 and died.
Wow.
Dragnet Part 3 would have never happened.
Of course, I guess he smoked. That didn't help.
Oh, he smoked like a chimney.
Yeah.
And drank all that strong coffee, coffee and cigarettes.
I would have rather had Gilbert Gottfried as Sergeant Friday's partner. Then I would have watched it.
Sergeant Friday probably would have slapped him. And shut up! Yeah.
That would have been entertaining, though. I
The
would
one
have
that I remember.
that for $1.
Yeah.
Well, look, Robert P. has the entire series of Adam 12. But
no, they went for, I think, 67. I think about almost 8 years, because they didn't go off until like 75. Adam 12, and Dragnet was only 4 years. See, after
Adam 12 was on a long time.
Yeah.
And so was Emergency. I don't know.
Right.
But it was on a long time too.
And Jack Webb was producing Emergency and Adam 12 at the same time when Dragnet went off.
Yeah.
Now, there was a big fight between Jack Webb and Quinn Martin.
I remember in Adam 12, I used to keep waiting for them to ask for the code 7.
Yeah.
That was lunch.
Yeah, they'd get a hot dog and
requesting
what Adam 12, and they take a bite of their and throw it out the window, and
that was they're asking, can we take lunch now?
Yeah.
One of them 12. See, man. Well, a lot of people might not know that Emergency was actually a spin-off of One Adam 12.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
I think my favorite Dragnet in 1966, they did a movie of Jack Webb and Harry Morgan. It wasn't shown until after the show was over. And it's online, and it's a bonus track of one of the box sets, but you can see Dragnet 1966.
Feature.
It's a 90-minute movie online.
The most important thing I learned from Emergency that is, if you find somebody injured, give them some Ringer's lactate.
No. Okay.
Everybody on that show got Ringer's lactate.
Well, what I learned from Emergency is that men have heart attacks all the time, but women never do.
That's good to know.
Yeah,
but you know why? Because when a man had a heart attack, the first thing they would do is rip his shirt open, take two things, and go. Well, you couldn't do that to a woman. You couldn't do that to a woman on television. So women never had heart attacks.
Yeah. But they'd also give them some Ringer's lactate, and that's why.
Always give them Ringers.
Yeah, it was a nice show because Jack Webb employed his ex-wife, Julie London, and no hard feelings. Her husband, Bobby Troop. They were both on that show.
Yeah, I mean, that's how I first knew. Before I knew Crimea River or Route 66, I knew Emergency. And then I learned later that.
Who remembers Bobby Troop in the original MASH movie? Who remembers him in that?
I have that movie.
He had a very quick appearance, very short appearance.
I don't remember that one.
It's right near the beginning where they get into a Jeep and he's the Jeep driver.
Oh, is he?
And he's just sitting there and he's just shaking his head and he's just saying, GD Army. And he's saying, he's swearing, right? And he's good. And then he goes to start the Jeep. He says it like 3 or 4 times. And he goes to start the Jeep and he goes, GD Army Jeep. And that's it. That's it. That was his role in the movie.
Is this true on House? Everyone had lupus?
Yeah, a lot of
every week somebody had lupus.
Well, didn't one of the characters have it?
Well, I remember when George Costanza thought he had lupus.
Well, he had everything.
Oh yeah, but is it lupus? Is it lupus?
I don't remember him on House.
Oh well, I think it was Chronicle.
I thought one of the characters had lupus, though. Was it? Can't remember who. It could have been the
I
Olivia
think it
Wilde
was
character.
Cousin Oliver.
I don't remember that.
I only watched House for a couple seasons. I gave up on it, and I kind of wish I hadn't. But it was getting off, and I watched it till. Remember when his leg got better? I watched it till his leg got better, and then it got bad again, and I don't remember why, and I don't remember the whole thing, and then I kind of quit watching it after he started limping again.
Yeah, but you could go to the thrift store and go into the DVDs. There's lots of House.
Yeah.
Not at mine.
Are.
I have one season. I have like season 6 on Blu-ray or something, but that's it.
Well, didn't it come out that his leg hurt because he was addicted to the medication? And when he went off the medication, his leg would start to hurt again. I thought that was a storyline.
Yeah, I think it was, but somehow it got fixed, and it got fixed for like half a season or something like that. But I think they decided that he wasn't as much of a character without the limp and all of that stuff. So they put it, they changed it back. Have you guys ever seen him do comedy?
Oh yeah.
He started out as a comedian. He's actually a very funny guy. He's not surly like a House at all. There's a British show called A Bit of Fry and Laurie with Stephen Fry and
before
Laurie.
That he was in a show called Blackadder.
Yeah.
He was in season 3. He played King George. And then he's some various episodes of season. He is really funny.
And he did on a Bit of Fry and Laurie once. He sat down and he's like, I'm going to write a song for you. This is brand new. I don't even know what it is. And he sits on the piano and he sings America. And that's all he sings. He doesn't say another word but America. But it's so funny by the end. You're just like, oh God, just stop. It's so fun. And you don't know. It's like George Carlin. You ever see George Carlin when he was on the Gong Show? He just came out and he stood there. He didn't say a word. He looked at his watch. He just stood there. And your tears were running down your eyes by the time it was over. And he didn't do a damn thing. Hugh Laurie could be that funny. He didn't have to do a damn thing. He was just a funny guy.
Didn't J.P. Morgan stand up and twang?
Bash, yeah.
No, not for George Carlin.
And way back, Hugh Laurie was in a show called A Comic Strip. It was shot on MTV back in the 80s, and like Vincent Saunders were on it and a lot of other people like that.
I always wanted to get on the game show Make Me Laugh.
Oh, you make
that was funny. That was a funny show.
No, it wasn't. I could sit there and have all those comics do their bit, and
I agree with Doc. I don't think it was.
I thought it was hilarious. There's one guy on there. His name was Bill Kirkenbach or something. He was just hilarious. God, I love that guy. I thought it was funny.
Well, I must have seen the Kirchenbauer less episodes because the comics they had trying to make you laugh. I'm sitting there like, I don't get it. Like, this is stupid. And the people in the chair would be like, I'm like, I don't get it.
I thought it was a funny show.
Didn't Bobby Van host that show? I'm getting Bobby
Van. A little bit.
Yeah, it could have been.
A little bit, yeah.
No, I think it was Vito Scotti.
No, Vito Scotti. Yeah, that's primarily, he's not known for that these days, but
because
Vito was a songwriter. That's primarily what he did. He had a couple albums in the late 50s, but he didn't even do that many albums.
About Bobby Troop.
But he had a band. And he was a songwriter, and that's.
Bobby Van hosted the syndicated version of it.
Oh, did he? Okay,
that's the one I remember is the syndicate. I don't remember a regular version. I just syndicated.
I thought it was syndicated to begin with.
Yeah, I didn't know there was a non-syndicated version, but anyway. I have Bobby Van memory because Elaine Joyce would be on it because they had a celebrity to try to make laugh at the end, I think, and Elaine Joyce would be on a lot because that was his wife.
Yeah.
I'm confusing the Vans. I was thinking of Billy Van.
No.
Oh no, not Billy.
not Elaine Joyce. Or was that her name?
Yeah, Elaine Joyce. She was
Yeah, they were married.
Yeah. But because she would be on,
So
a lot.
This is really cool. Some of these people that were on it, Van's version of the program is especially noteworthy for the early appearances of several then unknown comedians before going on to greater fame. Among them were Tom Hanks, Peter Scolari, who was on Newhart, Gary Shandling,
who was on Bosom Buddies with Tom Hanks.
Yeah, he was. That's right. Bob Saget, Howie Mandel, Richard Belzer, Gallagher, Yakov Smirnoff.
I remember Yakov being on there.
Bill Kirchenbauer, he's the guy. He just used to make me laugh. I guess I liked his humor, but anyway, yeah, man, that's a pretty big. Okay, celebrity contestants who appeared on the program included Frank Zappa,
wow,
Dr. Joyce Brothers, J.P. Morgan, she was on everything. Tiny Tim, Phil Everly, Bert Convey, Ken Kircheval. Oh, he was on Dallas, wasn't he?
From Dallas, yeah.
Ann Lockhart and Desmond Wilson. Who's Desmond Wilson?
That's Demon Wilson. That was
he was Sanford.
Oh, right, yeah, Demond.
Demond Wilson. Okay, yeah, Sanford.
Yeah, they had a lot of people on that.
They didn't mention Elaine Joyce. I guarantee she was on.
It doesn't list her, but she wasn't really famous for anything other than being his wife. But she used to do game shows all the time.
She's in the movie Motel Hell.
Yeah, she's in a few movies. Yeah.
But I never heard of a celebrity version of Make Me Laugh, though.
No, but at the end, they would have a celebrity and try to make. I don't remember. Try to get them to laugh. I don't remember what the contestant got out of it.
Bobby Van died of brain cancer in 1980.
The contestant probably got, they probably timed it and probably got $100 a second or something like that for every second somebody didn't laugh, something like that.
It says here, those who didn't laugh received $1 per second.
Okay, $1.
$60 per minute.
Wow.
Ooh.
Oh, that was a hefty budget on that.
That's a nice show, yeah.
Contestants who made it through the full 3 minutes had their $180 winnings doubled to $360.
Ooh, a new car.
Money there.
Big money, eh? Wow.
Big money. But I still did not like that show. I guess there was nothing else on. Like, oh no.
I thought it was pretty funny. I used to watch.
So I didn't like it. I watched it and I said, like, I wish I was sitting in that chair. I wouldn't laugh. I laugh for it.
Doc, you say that. It's hard when they're right there in front of you, in your face. How do you not laugh?
Yeah, Elaine Joyce. He married her in 1968.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a clip of one of the contestants.
She was
lost. He didn't make it. I'm sorry.
Is she living?
Elaine Joyce? Let me see here. See if we can get her name here.
97 years old.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, she might not be.
She may not be. Let's. Where did she go now? I was just looking at her.
Where did she go? We lost Elaine Joyce.
She died in 2018.
Okay.
Yeah. Doesn't say how old she was, but she was born. Let's see here. Oh wait, no, sorry, that's her. That's not her. No, she's still alive.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
good.
Her second husband died in 2018.
Okay.
Wow.
Neil Simon. I guess that's the playwright.
Yikes.
So she's in her 70s then, I'm sure.
Let's see. When was she born?
78, something like that.
Doesn't give her birth date.
She kept it a secret like Irene Ryan.
Yeah, she's got to be up there though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it doesn't give her age. That's unusual. They don't do that. It's very,
This is why you tune into this channel to get the latest on celebrity.
yeah, that's right.
Celebrity stuff.
It just says she was born in Kansas City, Missouri.
Mm-hmm.
Hungarian ancestry, does not give her birth date.
I don't like Billy Van.
She's got to be in her 80s. Just looking at her over here. They got a picture of her in 2022. She looks like she's in her 80s.
Whoa. Does she look like Tina Louise, all kind of scraggly?
Actually, she looks better than Tina Louise.
Ooh.
Wow.
Tina Louise right now looks. I'm sorry, Tina, love you, but you.
Unless Bobby Van was really robbing the cradle, she was probably born in 48 or before.
Huh.
So do the math.
Well, he wasn't that old when he died.
Yeah.
No, but that would have put her at 20 when he married her. That's why I'm saying. That's why I'm saying
48.
48
or about 76
earlier, maybe a little later. But she's around 79 most likely.
Mm-hmm.
Bobby Van was 51 when he died in 1980. 51.
Well, she's 79. Yeah.
Yeah, that
79.
I just figure most women are around 20, at least back then when they got married, 20, 21.
Especially in Hollywood.
Yeah.
They were married young. Yeah.
Blame it on Hollywood.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. That's it. That's a video.
This is a video.
Mm-hmm.
We talk pop culture and everything. Like, oh, gee, whatever happened?
The latest gossip of Hollywood is all about Bobby Van, and we got it for you.
We talk nonsense too. That's a lot of what we say. That's okay.
That's like why we talk about current TV shows.
That's right.
Gosh, what about Far Out Space Nuts?
Are there current TV shows? I wouldn't know.
I think the last current TV show I saw was.
Guys, we don't have 21 viewers for nothing.
She's 79. I'm good at guessing. I'm good at guessing people's ages just by doing little math things. If I know when they're married, blah, 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 you can guess. Be pretty close.
People are tuning in right now to find out about Georgia Engel.
Oh, okay.
What's the latest on Georgia Engel?
Well, I think she's dead as well.
Oh no!
I don't know who that is, so I can't.
She was that goofy blonde who was married to
Ed Knight's wife.
on Mary Tyler Moore. I think she's dead. I think she's dead.
Georgette.
I think everybody on Mary Tyler Moore is dead.
I believe they are all dead.
Yeah, they're all
gone. I don't
gone.
think there's one even semi-regular that's still alive.
Oh no! Call Rick 9G.
Oh no!
About this. Like, some person who showed up in a restaurant.
Remember the Mary Tyler Moore episode where Mary came out with that very revealing green dress? Remember the green dress that was all slit down the front, and she says to Georgette, "What do you think of the dress?" And Georgette says, "Oh, it's a lovely dress, but it looks horrible on you."
Not a real green dress. That's cruel.
Yeah, that's cruel.
That's cruel. Whatever. Okay, so what else is happening in the world of Hollywood? What can we check on?
Oh, who died in the last 30 minutes?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, it's probably on Facebook.
I don't think about that, but I mean, thinking about it, most of the people that are still alive in MASH probably won't be for very much longer.
No.
Alan Alda's got to be getting up there. I mean,
Breaking news! Hollywood legend passed away suddenly at home, leaving family in shock detail
Mhm.
if you click on it.
I'd say even Mike Farrell's got to be getting up there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Alan Alda's 88. I think Jamie Farr just turned 90.
Yeah, Alan's 89 actually.
Hmm.
Yeah, let's see what Mike Farrell is.
Mike Phil's got to be in his 80s.
When we say she was on Raymond, were we talking about Georgia Engel?
Yeah, he's 86. He's born in 39.
Mhm.
He's 86 now.
And I think even Gary Berghoff is about 80 now.
Holy cow!
Still around?
Hmm.
I guess I can't remember ever
They're,
hearing.
they're all getting up there.
Actually, that's pretty good, that there's still that many around.
Few of them.
Yeah.
Charles died quite a few years ago.
Oh yeah. Hmm.
Yeah.
David Ogden Stiers. Of course, he was always heavy set, right? So-
Yeah.
Mhm.
Wayne Rogers died a couple of years ago.
Yeah, that's right.
And then,
I can't. The guy, William Christopher, died just a couple of years ago, didn't he? Maybe even last year.
yeah, a couple of years ago. Yeah.
And so
Berghoff is
did
82.
the guy that played the psychiatrist just
Oh,
died.
Alan Arvis died. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Alan
And
Arvis.
Colonel Flagg died too, I think.
Hmm.
Yeah,
And,
no, he died. He died fairly recently.
Cleve Stevenson and the actor who played Frank Burns both
Yeah,
died
Larry
in the 90s.
Linville died a long time ago.
And Harry Morgan made it to almost 100.
Yeah.
Mhm. He was like 97, something like that.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Gone.
Scooby Doo is not the best cartoon ever. No.
Maybe the first season or two.
I wonder if Igor is still around.
Who?
I never liked
Igor
Scooby.
the cook.
Oh, probably. He was a lot younger than the other guys.
Yeah, he was pretty young.
And whatchamacallit died recently too. I forget her name.
Nurse Kelly?
But she wound up playing the wife on Welcome Back, Kotter, but she was a summer
Oh,
regular.
okay.
Yeah.
Marcia
Strasberg.
Yeah.
Yeah, she recently died.
Yeah, and Kelly Nakamura died a few years ago.
I had as a kid, I had a crush on her. I liked her. She was my favorite character.
Yeah, there was an episode talking about them blowing up the house. And
Yeah, I watched it. It came up in my feed. So
I never watched it. Why did they blow it up?
They blew it up because they didn't want it to become a tourist attraction. So, like a lot of those houses, like really did exist. Like the Brady Bunch house was a real house, and others were on back lots, like the Bewitched house and stuff like that. But the Little House on the Prairie house was a real house. They didn't want people like, oh look, there's where the Ingalls lived. So like, just end it like that.
They finally demolished the Bonanza cabin.
Already? Jeez.
Well, that was actually, I think, 2019 or something. I was kind of sad. I thought that was one of the coolest houses.
Yeah.
But for a long time, they used it as a tourist attraction, and they would take people through it and stuff. But I guess interest fell off, so they leveled it, they raised it, and it's gone now.
They demolished the Partridge Family house like a year or two ago.
Yeah, the Bewitched house is gone. The Genie house is gone. But those are back lots still.
Yeah. Did you watch any of the new Gunsmoke or no new Bonanza?
No.
Because there was a show in Michael Landon Jr. was in it.
Yeah, and so was Dirk Blocker was in it.
Yeah. He wasn't Haas's son. He was somebody else.
Which is kind of stupid because he looks like Haas.
And they did a bad because Pernell Roberts was alive, and they could have long lost brother.
But they had his son in it.
I know, but they could have had him too.
Yeah.
Long lost brother Adam.
That's the one where they had. I just had his name. The guy used to do John Wayne movies.
John Wayne.
No.
Well, I remember not up.
Anyway, this guy was always played John Wayne's sidekick.
Yeah.
Oh, shoot, I just had his name too.
No, we are the Hollywood gossip queens.
Yeah.
Ben Johnson.
Yeah, oh yeah. Ben Johnson was
a cousin or something.
his brother, I believe.
Was
Oh,
his brother?
cousin Oliver.
Ben Cartwright's brother.
Ben Cartwright's brother.
See, I often think they should remake that series and make it more of a drama. And they could really bring in some interesting people. Like I could see people like Matthew McConaughey being part of that. You know, that they could really have some interesting, an updated version. I love that show. I thought Bonanza was a great show.
You and my
It got a little goofy in some episodes, but
yeah, for the end.
But I thought there's really
the problem with Bonanza in these times is they'd feel like they would have to add some minority. There was never a minority in Bonanza, and there's no women in Bonanza, and you know,
there. Well, they could modernize it. I mean, they wouldn't have the 40-year-old sons living with their father. You know, that wouldn't work. But I think, like, I always looked at Yellowstone as being like, I always called them the Cartwrights, only a lot more ruthless. You know, that's how I kind of saw Yellowstone. It was very much like Bonanza in a lot of ways. But yeah, I always thought they should remake that. And what's interesting, a lot of people don't realize, but the Big Valley, there was a Bonanza connection there. Apparently, they were. I don't know, were they family or they were related or
cousins or something.
There was some connection between the Barkleys and the Cartwrights.
And there's 2 living members of the cast.
Yeah.
Lee Majors and the actress who played Audra.
Yeah.
They're both alive.
Lee Majors is getting pretty old though.
Yeah, he's in his 80s. And
there was talk years ago about doing a Big Valley spin-off or sequel or something, and there was talk about bringing Lee Majors in, but nothing at that point. Well, at that point, Peter Breck was still alive.
Yeah, he's dead.
Right, he was still around.
He has trouble walking because his bionic legs are all rusty now.
Yeah,
they don't move the way they used to.
He needs a girl named Dorothy to come along and sprinkle some oil on him.
Yeah, the actor who played Jared died young. He was on 90th Professor. His name was Peter Long. Yeah, he died of a heart attack. He was like his late 40s.
Yeah.
And Barbara Stanwyck died in the early 1980s.
Yeah. Well, she was
Speaking of clickbait, Doc, did you see that one?
What one?
That one.
It's one of these. It's not called this, but it's one of these. The truth can finally be told kind of things.
Oh.
And there's 2 pictures. One is Barbara Stanwyck, and one is a young man that looks surprisingly like Barbara Stanwyck. And the implication is that Barbara Stanwyck started out as a man.
No,
no, this is what they're getting at.
Wow.
This is what they're getting at. And it's like, no, Barbara Stanwyck was not
86 years
ever
old.
a man.
Yeah. No, Barbara Stanwyck started out in silent movies, so they didn't have the.
That's
people are, but kids don't know this. Kids don't understand this, and they oh wow, Barbara Stanwyck used to be a man. No,
and they all click on it like, oh look, it's got 150,000 views. Like, you stupid people, why are you clicking on this? Like,
Yeah, I think the picture is labeled something like Barbara Stanwyck in 1925 and Barbara Stanwyck in 1935, and the first one's a guy. And it's like, they just did some AI. They just used AI and took a guy's picture and made her face on, and it's like
that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm going down YouTube looking for something, all I see is crap. Like, I'm not.
What I hate about these people more than trying to lure you in and blah 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 is whether they're alive or dead or whatever. These are real people, and they still have families and relations and relatives, and you're doing this to them. It's just vicious and wrong. It's just leave them alone. They're people. They're human beings.
What do you
No,
want?
I think there's only 2 members of the Gunsmoke cast living when Burt Reynolds passed a few years ago. There was a guy who played Newly. His name was Buck Taylor. He's living.
Yeah.
Oh, stop it. And there was a guy who was there a couple of seasons, played Thad, and he was there.
Oh,
He
yeah, Thad, yeah. I
Other
forgot
than
about-
that, everybody, and James Arness died about a dozen years ago. He outlived everybody.
Yeah.
I'm watching Gurr's dog there in the background. He's listening to Jeff's cat. He's sitting there
The
cocking.
cats see him, yeah. Yeah.
Where's the cat? Cat. Let me get the cat.
Yeah.
Cats and dogs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cats and dogs living together in sin. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Cartwright boys never left home. Daddy,
No.
no, I'll sing to the laundry.
Pop Sing did all that stuff. Yes.
Yeah. What? Rice again? Ah,
Come on, Hop Sing.
it's
Yeah.
something different than rice.
It used to be so funny. Hop Sing would get mad and threaten to quit, and Haas would go into a big panic.
Yeah.
Ollie doesn't want to talk about old TV shows anymore. He wants to see some Stephen Stills albums.
Oh, I can
One.
show you. I can show my Steven Stills. Hang on. I'll have to dig it out.
So much for Hollywood news tonight. Change the subject. Let's get off Hollywood stuff. Yeah. I want to see some Stephen Stills. Yeah, it was kind of funny when I got a response from Bill Mooney. I found one of his videos, because he does music videos, right? Because he writes songs. So I watched him do the song, and I says, "Hey, it's nice to see you're still alive." And I forget what he responded, but he did respond like, "Yeah, I know. I die every week, like Michael J. Fox." Oh well, brush with fame, I guess. Whatever. Hop Sing was #2 son in the chart. Oh. I guess. I know there was like a connection somewhere, but I didn't.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah, that does sound familiar.
Okay. I think these are all vinyl. I don't think I have any CDs. I mean, that's his first album. Love the One You're With is on that. And then not many people have seen this album, Stills 2. That's not an easy one to find, in my experience anyway. That's his second.
I've never seen it.
And then he did the Manassas stuff.
Ollie Perry's got that.
See all the guys there.
It's got Joe Lala on it.
And then Manassas 2 down the road.
Ooh. That's an album cover.
And then Stills.
That Columbia one's a good album.
This guy, when people talk about great guitarists, they never mention him, and they should. He's amazing. He's one of those guys.
He had a good imagination, though. He named his first solo album Stephen Stills, his second solo album Stephen Stills, the first the first Manassas album Manassas, the second Manassas album Manassas 2, the third solo album Stills. Is the next one going to be Stills 2?
Yeah, no, it's called. Yeah, that's the first one. His next one, Smart Alec, is called Stills Live.
It would have been Stills 2 if it wasn't live.
Yeah. Even Stills.
And the one he did with Neil Young.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Did that.
And then
I
Stills
have
Young 2.
Illegal Stills.
Stop it.
Okay, Illegal Stills.
Oh, yeah, that one.
And then this one, I don't know what happened here. Thoroughfare Gal.
Oh, yeah, that one has disco stuff on it, I think.
Maybe a little kind of fun, kind of stuff.
Yeah.
His label probably said you have to give this one a proper name.
And then Right By You.
Yeah.
That's
and
a terrible
I
album.
bought this one a few years ago. I think this was It's a rhino.
terrible.
This is like outtakes and rarities from 60.
Oh, okay, just roll tape. You didn't like it?
Yeah, I do. Of course, I like Stills. Anything he does, I like. It's from 68, as you can see.
Okay, yeah.
It's got some stuff on it. So,
Right after the Springfield broke up.
so that's yeah. So this is yeah, it would have been before the first CSN album, I think.
Yeah, CSN was 69.
But I mean, he does, like you can see, Helplessly Hoping, Sweet Judy Blue Eyes is on
Oh
there.
yeah, demos.
Wooden Chips is on there.
So
those are all CSN songs eventually.
Yeah.
Where is Winchester Cathedral?
That's Graham Nash.
Oh.
That's on their the third CSN album.
Oh, Cathedral, yeah.
Anyway. Yeah, that's my stills. That's my stills collection. So yes, I have Steven Stills.
That was a good thing you just figured that out, or you would have lost that Partridge Family album for a long time.
Where is that darn thing?
Yeah,
Exactly.
it's over here. Yeah.
I have to go out and buy it again.
Meanwhile, back at talking about TV Westerns.
Oh, Cheyenne. Yeah, that's great stuff. And he did another show called Kodiak.
Yeah, for about. It didn't last very long though.
No,
About a bear? That was Gentle Ben.
well, that was his name, Kodiak. But Cheyenne was pretty good. That was an old series, though. Holy cow, going back. Yeah.
I could never get into the Lone Ranger. I don't know why.
Why not? I love the Lone Ranger.
I could not get into the Lone Ranger.
Yeah, this show came off before I was born, but when I was about 2 years old, my dad showed it to me, and what is this? Go,
before, but Clayton Moore had a contractual obligation dispute with the people that hired him and left the show, and he's gone for like a year and a half, and you don't even notice. They just brought another guy in, and it's like you don't even notice he's gone, and he's gone for like a year and a half.
That's kind of like the Petticoat Junction Girls. You
Yeah.
know when they change.
With the mask on, and the guy had this monotone voice like Clayton Moore and looked kind of like him, and you don't even notice he's gone.
Wow.
It's so bizarre.
It's like the fake chef.
Yeah, the other Lone Ranger was a guy named John Hart, and after he left the Lone Ranger, they gave him his own show called Hawkeye and the Last of the Mohicans. It was filmed in British Columbia, and you know who played the Chinjagook Indian character?
Genghis Cook.
Yeah, Genghis Cook. His name was Lon Chaney. He played the Indian character.
Wow. I was going to say Dr. Louise, but I'm wrong.
No.
Booze bucks. Gotta get your booze bucks.
Yes. Yeah, by then. So, all kinds of interesting.
Remember the Daniel Boone with Fess Parker? Mingo was played by Ed Ames, who I believe was Canadian.
Yeah.
He was a singer, too. He had a really nice singing voice.
Well, he's part of the Ames brothers.
Yeah.
Of course.
He left the show, though. Ed Ames didn't stay on till the end.
Yeah, for the last season.
Yeah, the last season he had left the show. I don't know why.
He had to go on tour with his brothers.
Well, I don't know. I think there was some sort of contractual thing.
Oh, no. I hate when that happens. Oh.
Yeah.
Well, the Ames brothers were pretty big, actually. I mean, he was pretty big too, but the Ames brothers were even bigger. They were actually.
Yeah.
They do one of my favorite sort of loungy songs. They do a song called "The Naughty Lady of Shady Lane," which is it's a great little novelty song.
If you change that around, you said the Shady Lady in Naughty Lane. That holds a whole different meaning to it.
The Naughty Lady of Shady Lane. And they sing all about her, and then of course it turns out that she's only like 9 days old or something like that. It's one of those. It's one of those, you know. But it's charming and it's nice and yeah.
That's pretty much kind of like babysitting Boogie.
No.
There's lots of them. Like Gilbert Sullivan's Claire is the same thing. You
Yeah.
think she's singing to his girlfriend, and he's singing
A
to
little
like
girl.
his 6-year-old niece. You know, it's
it was
the
about
same
his,
thing.
yeah.
You know, there's a lot of those. Ken
Yeah, a
Nordine,
couple years ago.
the guy with the great voice that did spoken word records, has a song called "My Baby." He's like, I love to go out with my baby. And he goes on and on and on. And then finally he puts they're out, and he puts the microphone, or he hands a microphone to Ken Nordine, and he puts it in front of his, of baby's mouth, and baby goes, cuckoo, ka, 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 cuckoo. You know, and of course, baby is baby, you know. There used to be lots of those.
Meanwhile, with celebrity gossip, Ed Ames just died a few years ago.
Yeah, a couple years ago.
Wow.
He made it. He was in his mid-90s. Yeah.
I was gonna say he had to be pretty old because he was recording in the 50s.
Yeah.
Steven Stills is still around?
Yeah.
Others.
If he would have become a monkey, he'd be one of the last 2 monkeys standing.
Yeah.
That's how old he is. Steve, he's amazing. I saw CFN in I think 2005. They played in a smaller venue in Vancouver, the Orpheum.
But
I read somewhere.
I still
And man,
say
he's amazing. Like the guy, he's a cut above the other guys. I don't care what people say.
I still say Crosby, Tork, Nash, and Young wouldn't have been as good. So
no.
Well, Steven Stills did all the instruments on the first album. That's just, and he was like a workaholic. So he, I'm just trying to find out how old he is here.
He was born at 45.
He's 80. Yeah, he's
80.
80.
Yeah.
He's born in January, so he's 80 now. Yeah. But yeah, an amazing guitar player. People just don't. He never gets the credit, and it's just the guy can play like the wind. You wouldn't believe the stuff he does. It's unbelievable.
If only he'd had better teeth.
I remember on Four-Way Street, he starts playing a song. He makes a mistake or something at the beginning of the song. It's just on acoustic guitar. He's doing a blues song, and somebody in the audience laughs, and he goes, "One thing the blues ain't is funny." And then he just breaks it, and he starts playing the song. You know, that was really cool.
That sounds like something Arlo Guthrie would do.
Yeah.
Well, Stills is like a blues to the. He's really a blues player. Like he's hardcore. Like he's amazing guitar player.
Everyone sit still. Here it comes around again. You can get anything you want. And Alice's restaurant. Something else. See, Arlo is still funny.
Yes.
Alice's. I used to play Alice's Restaurant on my guitar. Just not singing it, but singing the.
Yeah, probably.
No, that's another show. Yeah.
Sounded like Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald.
No. This. See if I can remember it here.
It's time for guitar lessons with her.
Yes.
Oh shoot, I can't remember it.
Uh-oh.
Do Alice's Restaurant for the Edmund Fitzgerald.
I'll have to dust it off. Sorry. I'll try to remember it. Come back next week.
Okay.
I haven't played in a long time, but I used to
come back next week and he'll play it for you.
I'll play it for you. Yeah.
It sounds like I once had a girl, but she once had me. Or something.
Yeah.
That was that Beatles song. I once had a girl and she had me. Norwegian Wood.
I just read about that this morning because I'm reading the George Harrison biography.
Yeah.
Of Philip Norman. And they just got to the point where John and Paul are recording Norwegian Wood, and it needs something.
Yeah.
Take 2.
I think I figured it out here. Hang on. Something like that.
We just needed some more minutes of it, and we got it.
I'll dust it off. That's kind of how it goes.
Oh no, YouTube just here. They're canceling the show.
I haven't played that in years. It's one of the first things I learned on the guitar.
Wow.
Was Alice's, because it showed you the finger picking style.
Mm-hmm.
And that was one of the tunes I was taught.
Do you have people all join in from everywhere? You know, like, oh, we want to.
Well, sometimes, like I haven't done it in a while, but I'll sometimes start playing that when we had a party, and I'll just have people like one guy. He just started singing some blues stuff over it. He was half drunk, which made it even funnier. But it was so it's kind of a neat little thing to play at parties.
Have I tried Kellogg's Frosted Bran?
That sounds gross.
Yeah, for one, I didn't even know it existed. Number two, I wouldn't try it anyway. So that bran. My mother used to buy Kellogg's All Bran. Oh, must have been before I learned to read. Oh, look, new cereal. Pour myself a big All Bran. Wheat. Mom, don't buy this one again.
Not again.
I don't want that one. Besides, they used to come in the little tiny boxes.
Oh yeah, the little tiny boxes. Yeah.
That would fill in one of my bowls.
What?
So I'd have a big bowl of All Bran. I might as well be like the Jerry Anderson puppets, just look at it.
Yeah.
No.
It's like grape nuts. My mom bought grape nuts. I'd take the bag of cereal and put it in the garbage and rip the box of the little pieces, put it in my bowl, and dump some milk on it because it was better than the cereal.
We had this one in Canada called Grape Nut Flakes, and it was amazing. It was really good. Like I used to love that, but I can't find it anymore.
I only ever had.
It was like flakes. It was like mini corn flakes, but it was grape nuts, but it was grape nut flakes.
Oh, great! I'd rather go out into an unpaid driveway and stick a bunch of stones in my bowl and dump some milk on it.
The flakes is much more. Yeah, the flakes I thought were pretty tasty, but I can't find. I think it was Kellogg's who would do that.
Well, Kellogg's was grape nuts. I'm pretty sure Kellogg.
No, grape nuts is Post.
Was it? I thought it was Kellogg.
But I think the grape nut flakes was a different company. Well, of course, Post in the U.S. is different in Canada. Like
yeah. So it could be.
Yeah. Post is grape nuts. Oh gosh! Name your top 5 Arlo Guthrie albums.
The best of.
Well, Alice's Restaurant.
Yeah.
I can't. I mean, once upon a time, I don't think I have it anymore. I had the one with the original version of the motorcycle song on it, but I don't even think I have it anymore. I don't remember what it was called. Because people that only know like Arlo Guthrie's greatest hits think the motorcycle song is like Alice's Restaurant and just like this 10-minute story song, but it's not. It was a real song, and the one on the greatest hits is him telling how he wrote the motorcycle song.
I think I may be first on this death announcement.
Who's dead?
I have a funny feeling Tina Louise must have just died.
Really?
Why?
Because I've got all these theme song things. And when somebody dies, the theme song blows up in the analytics. So it's just like when George Wendt died 2 weeks ago or whatever. Everybody was watching the Cheers theme. So I just checked the analytics, and all of a sudden, Gilligan's Island theme song is blowing up right now. Happens when somebody dies.
It says she's 91.
Yeah. But
yeah, it would be on Google immediately.
Mhm.
It's gotta.
so something I think something may have happened with Tina Louise.
Well, I'm looking right now, but I'm doubting it.
Because well, it's blowing up on my channel, so something must have
Well,
happened.
we were just talking about it, and your show's really popular, Doc.
I could be.
You know, I had that Arlo Guthrie album, Elvis's Restaurant, and it's gone now. I think my brother pilfered it.
Oh, now you have to go shopping again.
Well, I
Well,
do.
Google doesn't have it yet, so if Google doesn't have it yet, I'm doubting it, because how would anybody know without Google? I mean, that's where they get their information. Is Google.
Yeah, that's the
And it's
official
not there.
news source.
It's not
Yeah,
there.
but maybe
So I'm
the
doubting
official
it.
say so.
I'm doubting it.
No, not even Google has anything.
Nope, nothing.
Or is that yet? Stay tuned, people.
Stay tuned.
Nothing on Wikipedia.
No. Well, Google would have it before Wikipedia would. So no.
This has never died, has it? Why was Planet of the Apes canceled? Because they ran out of bullets.
Yeah.
Gee, that's going back a good 5 years or something. We laughed about that.
Bullets.
So, yeah, they ran out of bullets. That was it. So anyway, yeah, Gilligan's Island theme song is blowing up in the analytics, so there must be a reason for it.
Yeah.
Because the cheers went nuts after George Wendt died. I was, oh boy, thousands of views. But it happens every time somebody dies. Somebody wants to see the theme song. Weird. Helps me out though.
Well,
when John did Twist and Shout, it was a great vocal by him. Yes, it did. Yes, I agree.
The news got over, like 15 minutes ago. Maybe it was on the news and Google doesn't have it yet, but that would be odd. Usually Google's the first one.
We will see.
We
will see. Martin says he's got 20 Arlo albums. 20? Wow. He's been busy.
I'm sure I had Alice's Restaurant, but I can't find it.
I have Alice's Restaurant. I had the one. I don't know if I still do with the motorcycle song, and I think I have the greatest hits.
Motorcycle song.
Yeah, I don't want a pickle. I just want to ride on my motorcycle. But that was a real song. Like I said, on the greatest hits, it's the story version of the song, but it was on an album as just the song. Like 2.5 minute rock song. I don't want a pickle. I just want to ride on my motorcycle.
I don't know. I've never heard it on Ski Lodge.
Well, it's not going to be on Ski Lodge, Doc. It's not a Ski Lodge is Sunshine Pop. It's not a Sunshine Pop.
If he can play Gilbert O'Sullivan, he can play Arlo Guthrie.
That's Sunshine Pop.
Oh, here's a guess. Okay, so don't say anything, Tim. We need to guess.
All of them.
I'm gonna say.
I'm not gonna answer it, so you can guess all you
want. I
want.
know 2 for sure. I'm gonna say 2 for sure, but I'm gonna say, I'm gonna stay with 2.
I'm not gonna answer it, so you can guess all
you want. You gotta answer it. You gotta let us know.
It's embarrassing. You open the kitchen cupboards, there's records. There's no food. You open the refrigerator, records.
Don't store them in the oven though. That's dangerous.
Yeah, they kind of.
There's none in my oven.
But the freezer, that's full of records.
I know of.
Well, you know, too, because you see this room, and when I make a video, you see the red room.
That's right.
So you know,
So I'm
two
saying
automatically.
I'm saying 2. So don't tell us the answer, but is 2 right? Just say yes or no.
No, two is not right.
Okay. So it's more than 2, folks.
Ringo's best drumming, Tomorrow Never Knows.
I like You Really Got a Hold on Me.
Ringo says his best drumming is Rain. And if you listen to the actual right tempo version on the Revolver box set, he's probably right. He's drumming his ass off on that song.
Well, again, how do you define best? I think his most musical drumming is on A Day in the Life. I just love how he positions the fills on that song. It's perfect.
Handed too.
He played that song perfectly. And that's not like, when you listen to A Day in the Life, that's not an easy song to drum to. Because it's not given to that drumming. It's just, man, he does a great job with it.
How many tries do you think it took before he got it?
I'd say 1.
Yeah, Ringo is really good. If Ringo didn't get it,
to have it. Like, he was always right on.
But if he didn't, Paul would go say, "Why don't you try this and this?" And then the next one he'd have it. I mean, I mean, I'll tell you a song I really like Ringo's drumming on, and it's not a song anybody would think of Ringo as a fantastic drummer or anything, but I think his drumming on Let It Be is really, really good. Some of those films when it's just really good, I think.
Well, I'll tell you what would have been difficult to play would be Tomorrow Never Knows, because he's got to keep that same beat, the same thing throughout the whole song. That is not easy to do.
No, it's not. Well, Ringo was a human metronome. I mean, George Martin always said Ringo couldn't do a drum fill to save his life. But man, the man never missed a beat in his entire life. He's never missed a beat.
Well, not a drum fill, a drum roll. He couldn't do drum roll.
Yeah, drum roll is what I meant. He couldn't do a drum roll to save his life, but he never missed a beat ever.
Well, George Martin also said that he can't ever remember stopping a session because of Ringo.
Yeah, I don't
ever remember stopping a recording because of Ringo. So that says a lot right there.
Yeah.
Excuse me, could you sound more like Keith Moon?
Yeah.
He couldn't do it.
No, it's less like Keith Moon these days.
More like Zach. Get some pointers.
Well, it's funny because it's like I put Ringo and Charlie Watts in the same category. They're not flashy. They're just very musical and very solid. And I kind of put those two guys of that generation of drummers, including Bonham and Moon and all those guys. They're in a league all on their own. And I put the two of them really in the same category.
This is true.
Well, it was impossible for Keith Moon to make a mistake because he was just. How could you tell? How could you tell what he was supposed
Exactly.
to do?
How could you tell?
How do you make a mistake doing that? You can't. You just.
and you cannot compare Ringo Starr to Jeremy Gilboax.
Yeah.
No.
That'd be hard to do.
Well, he was in a league of his own too. We won't talk about what the league was.
No.
A league of monkeys.
Of all the famous drummers in the world, Jeremy Gilboax he's way down.
It's interesting with Keith Moon though. The Who were not the same after he died, and it's just like
no.
When I go back and listen to their catalog and I get to Face Dances, which is a very good album. It's just this is like far removed from the previous album, Who Are You? Like there's a world of difference between those two albums. And it's Keith Moon. He was the heart and soul of that band. He really was.
Yeah, there's a video out from just after Moon died of the Who in concert. I forget where it is, but
Yeah.
it's like there's no life in it. In between the tracks, it's like they're just rehearsal. It's like Daltrey goes and picks up a cup of coffee, and and I'm like, this is, and they left all this in the film, and I'm like, well. This isn't good. This isn't the Who's supposed to be dynamic, and it's like they're taking coffee breaks between every song, and I'm like, there's no energy. Moon provided energy that band, and this is why I think now, being old men, they really need Zach Starkey, whether he's playing too loud for them or not. They need him.
It was that combination between Moon and Entwistle, like those two combined. It was lightning in a bottle, and when you could have lost one of those parts, and it was totally different. Like if you'd have lost John Entwistle, and Moon still went on, it would have been different. Like it wouldn't have been the same at all. Those two really. Much to Entwistle was really frustrated most of the time, but when you hear their stuff on record, it's like those two guys are just playing off each other like you wouldn't believe. It's unreal how they click together.
Entwistle played the bass like it was lead guitar. He didn't play bass. He didn't do a backbeat.
It's what they say, that Who's the only band that's ever had a lead singer, a lead guitarist, a lead bassist, and a lead drummer.
Yep.
And it worked. It worked for them. It really worked for them.
You listen to My Generation, and a lot of things that people think are guitar licks that Towns is doing aren't. They're bass.
They're not.
It's that Whistle's bass, man.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm still picking up on that one. I've been listening to Who for 60 years, and I still pick up on things where I realize that's Entwistle. Like that's Entwistle doing that. It's just these little things come out, it's really quite interesting.
Oh.
What do you want to talk about now?
I don't want to have to go back on the fresca.
Let's talk about homemade fudge.
You notice I haven't ended the show, eh?
Yeah, I noticed that.
It's a new month. Well, actually, it's not, is it?
It's not. That's why he hasn't ended it, because this doesn't count
like,
for
I
anything.
can go on forever. And
Scary thought. My goodness, you're frightening me.
Yeah.
You are frightening me now.
I'm bucking the system. Yes. I'm still waiting for Beetle Brad to show up.
Beetle Brad's not here.
I know. That's what the spoiler made. Come on.
Beetle Brad's not here.
Come on, no. Beetle Brad. Beetle Brad's not here.
Did you see his video? Was it come out today or yesterday? The one on the Richard Avedon photos from Look magazine. Oh, yeah. He got a copy of Look magazine with all original photos. Yep. It's pretty cool.
Everything in it.
Yeah,
they included those pictures
in the opening. Wow.
They included those pictures with the One album, and they're suitable for framing. They're quite pretty. They're quite nice.
Yeah, and the inner the outside and the gatefold of the Love Songs album was in the same magazine.
Yeah,
they both came from the same magazine.
Yeah,
pretty amazing.
I've often thought about putting the Avedon pictures up instead of those ones.
See, I don't collect stuff, but see, that's something I would like to have. If I found that, I would buy that.
Yeah.
I don't collect stuff, but that has two things in it that are really cool, and
I'd put it right beside my prized National Lampoon Beatles edition.
There you go. How much would you pay for one?
I'd buy that for $1.
I'd buy it for $1. Yeah.
I guess. Oh, by the way,
I'm over 72, and I feel great.
But he didn't toot. Why didn't he toot? He usually toots.
No, he didn't toot at the end.
He does that one.
I'm over 72, and and I feel great.
There we go.
There it
Got
is.
to have that toot. Sometimes it's a longer toot, but this
You got
time
rid of the P lady, but you have two versions of that. You should have got
the
rid of one.
toot. Yeah.
version of that.
Gotta have the alternate version. I didn't think anybody cared about the P lady anymore.
Josh got the single version and the album version.
Mm-hmm.
But it costs a bomb for a poster?
Quite a bit.
A lot.
Mm-hmm.
The Fool art. What's the Fool? Oh, from the Apple Building. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah.
Okay.
There's got to be a poster of that out there somewhere, I would imagine. Imagine there's no poster.
I wonder if you can.
Wonder if you can. I watched a video. Was it yesterday on the big songs out of 1971? And of course, Imagine was highly ranked.
Highly up there.
Yeah, it did, I think it was 15 songs from 71. Number one, and it surprised me, although I can see why, was Echoes from no, it's Echoes from Pink Floyd's Metal. It was all the whole side, like 23 minutes of Echoes or whatever.
That's the number one song of
That's what they chose as number one on this video. Yeah. I wouldn't have chose that. I mean, it's a great song. I love listening to it, but it's you know. And they also put on, well, here's another one I questioned, like not questioning the song, but from Who's Next, they put on Baba O'Reilly. I would have had Won't Get Fooled Again on that. I would have put it higher than Baba O'Reilly, but that's just my taste.
Cow Sills, thoughts?
They're a family.
Yeah.
They did some good stuff. Yeah, I don't have any other stuff, but I enjoy listening to it on the radio.
I have a best of.
I love the Flower Girl.
I have their last two albums.
Hello.
Uh-oh, you're missing Cow Sills.
Hello. Oh.
Look, probably with my Arlo Guthrie album.
It's missing. Boo Boo got it.
Pisses me off, actually.
Okay.
Sills.
I'm not happy that album's gone missing. I'm gonna hunt down my brother and kill him.
Is that a best of?
Of course it is.
Doc only has best ofs. If you look at his CD shelf, it's 98% best ofs.
It's a twofer.
Okay.
Best of.
The first two Cow Sills albums.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
You see?
I see.
I see. Here we are. What do I think about it? I don't know. Indian Lake is a scene you should make with your little ones.
But do you love the Flower Girl?
Yeah. So keep it in mind if you're looking to find a place in the summer sun.
But do you like hair?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shoulder length longer?
Yeah.
There, baby. There, baby. There, baby. Dandy, dandy.
Is that Floyd the Barber?
Wrangled like spaghetti. Yeah.
Yes.
I'll tell you the problem I have with Floyd is that on classic rock stations, they are way overplayed.
I found it.
And you'd think that The Wall only had 3 songs on it because that's all you ever hear from that album.
Well, that's trouble with classic rock as far as anybody goes. There's only 3 or 4 songs by anybody that they play.
Look at the Beatles. All they play is the Blue album. They don't play anything else. If it's not on the Blue album, they don't play it.
Yeah, you know, and groups like the Kinks hardly ever get played on classic rock radio.
Floyd was very good at what they did, but I'm going to make some enemies here. I think they're overrated. I think that's let me say that differently. I think they get too much attention for what they did. And mind you, I'm not criticizing what they did, but I don't know. It's a niche. They're very much a niche. But again, you know, David Gilmour, I think, is one of the greatest guitar players ever. And I actually like David Gilmour more than I like Pink Floyd.
Well, I don't know. David Gilmour will never be on this channel.
Well, I can't blame him. But anyway.
Yeah,
But
I wish I could say that.
It's a taste thing. I guess it's just a taste thing.
I just had a deal on my phone. Is David Gilmour is going on one more tour.
Yeah.
Final tour.
And that's good as long as it doesn't last 10 years, you know.
He'll actually play his instrument too while he's on tour.
Right,
Like
yeah,
Roger Waters, who brings in a singer and just waves at people and doesn't even play bass. He just
I'm
does this.
lukewarm on Led Zeppelin too, you know, and there's so many people out there who live and die Led Zeppelin. And I fine, but man, I can't listen to more than one of their albums at a time. Like to me, it's like in some of the albums, like it's just like I wish Plant would just shut up and let the guys play. This screeching, I cannot handle it. Some of it, it's obnoxious. Some of it. Their early Zeppelin, I think, is far better than the later
stuff,
with possibly the exception of Physical Graffiti. But their last two albums, I'm not a big fan of. I like, well, anyway, I love Zeppelin's first album and their second album almost as much. I think those are the when Zeppelin.
What's wrong with Presence?
It just is a little. I don't know. It just doesn't hit. It just doesn't work with me. And it's probably like I love T for One. I think that's a fantastic song.
I like Achilles' Last Stand.
To me, it's just that's repetitive. Like I listen to that and I think this just goes on and on.
And
and
he's
on.
still rock.
T for One, I think is that's what Zeppelin should have focused more on, is that kind of music for T for One.
In my opinion, towards the end, the last couple of albums, they turned into an MOR band.
Yeah.
If you know what an MOR band is.
Middle of the road.
MOR stands for middle of the road. If you don't know what an MOR band is, they were aiming for radio airplay and you know, middle of the road. Which Journey in Kansas and you know REO Speedwagons, they're all MOR bands.
Yeah.
My least favorite kind of band is an MOR band.
Don't get me wrong, folks out there, because I got all the Zeppelin box sets. You can see some of them right there, and so I like the band, but it's just like some of the stuff is like I just find for my taste is the biggest problem I have is when Plant starts his screeching, and that to me is not musical. It might be to other people, and that's great. For me, no. I that to me is just like you know, just like why not sing it in a normal register? You know, like you don't need to be screeching like that. And I heard they actually sped his vocals up for that in some cases for that to actually happen.
Oh, no.
So
let's see Ringo play the drums for Dear Maker.
That'd be interesting.
Yeah.
What do you think about Robert Plant's solo stuff?
I like it better than Zeppelin, at least some of it. You know, I can listen to that stuff more easily than I can.
Because after the Zeppelin broke up, he went for like a different sound.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. I like this, like particularly I would say his first 2 or 3 albums.
His second album with Big Lot, it was a lot softer. You know, it was that's the one I really
here's
like.
the thing: I think his singing was more, I don't know, more mature. Like just like he was actually singing rather than screeching. You know,
kind of like Geddy Lee.
Yeah, I never liked Geddy Lee's voice either. So
I better not say what I was thinking. What does Geddy Lee sound like? Well, you know, sounds like someone who got something caught in a hydraulic press.
Well, I found Geddy Lee's voice got better as he got older.
Well, he didn't do the high voice anymore.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well,
give me Yardbird.
I like him.
I say the same thing about Bono, actually.
Yeah.
My favorite U2 album is All That You Can't Leave Behind, because I think Bono finally sounds like a human being on that album. Before that, he just was this It's perfect. It didn't sound like a human voice. You know, suddenly there's a little scratchiness in his voice, which shows emotion. He's singing like a human being on that album, and I appreciate
Emotion is
that.
good.
They'll auto tune it one of these days and ruin it. But
Yeah.
for now,
Take the emotion right out of it. Then it'll sound as bad as Gilbert O'Sullivan or something.
What's wrong with Gilbert O'Sullivan?
Oh, he already does sound like that. Oh, okay.
No, what's wrong with Gilbert O'Sullivan?
I don't understand. Like when he's
Alone
singing,
again, naturally.
yeah, well, you know, the only Gilbert song I like is "Get Down." That's about it.
You don't like Claire and
No,
London
no,
Naturally, or-
Look out of the question.
Oh, I don't know that.
It was a hit. I'm doing my best. And I
Didn't
don't
he have
know
the
why.
same manager as? Did he have the same manager as Tom Jones and Engelbert? Wasn't that the same?
Might as well.
Well, it was their label. He was
Same
on Man, or is it Mam Records that
Yeah, I think it's
was
Mam.
founded
Yeah.
by Engelbert Humperdinck, Tom Jones, and their manager. Their manager wanted to start a label, and he took his two biggest clients and said, "You want to start a label with me?" And one of the first people, maybe not the first, but one of the first they signed was was Gilbert O'Sullivan. They also signed Dave Edmonds. Which is pretty cool. Yeah, Edmonds was on Mam.
Okay.
You can't say you haven't learned anything watching this show.
Yes.
Well, no, I read Tom Jones' autobiography, and there's like a chapter or two on Mam Records and how that came about. And it's funny because Engelbert and Tom Jones were still too big of artists to be on their own label.
Oh, just put them together. Yeah.
But
two-
yeah, they were
two artists in one.
when the manager started it with those two. Which is weird because those two guys are so similar that they had the same manager. It's just very odd. And then they start a record label together.
Except that no one can pronounce Engelbert Humperdinck.
Yeah.
Well,
I forget now. I knew his real name at one point, and it's so much better than Engelbert Humperdinck. I'll never understand why he changed it. His real name is just a normal sounding name.
Well, was it Archibald Leach? Wasn't that his name? Archibald Leach?
No, that's Cary Grant.
Oh, right. Yeah, sorry. Well,
I understand why he changed that name. No, it's just like George or Howard or John or.
All right, let's see what Engelbert's real name
we
was.
can't have two Tom
Common
Jones.
name. It's
You better
nothing
change
bad.
it.
Arnold George Dorsey.
There.
Yeah. So
That's
he could have just been George Dorsey, which is fine. I don't know why he wants
Well,
to be
there's
Engelbert
Tommy Dorsey.
Humperdinck.
There was Tommy Dorsey, so what's wrong with George Dorsey? You know.
Yeah, I mean Arnold, I can understand. Maybe you don't want to be Arnold
Well, I
Dorsey.
mean, if you're gonna come up with a stage name, why come up with Engelbert Humperdinck?
Yeah,
What's
exactly.
wrong with that?
But I mean, because everybody knows Paul McCartney isn't Paul McCartney; he is James McCartney. But
Yeah.
Paul, yeah.
Yeah, so he could have been George Dorsey, and that would have been fine. I don't get the Engelbert Humperdinck.
Engeldink, Humperdinck,
Engeldink.
Engeldink, Engelbatfink.
So you change your name to something like that.
He's 89 now, by the way, old Engelbert.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Tom Jones is getting up there too. I saw him play live on a YouTube video. It was fairly recent. And
he played
he was telling stories and making fun of himself, and
that's not
I bet
unusual.
he's still really good to see live because I bet
He's still a
got
spring
stories.
chicken. He's only 84.
85.
I bet he's got stories to tell, and I bet you they're pretty good.
Hmm.
Well, he's been funny in some of the movies he's done. Showing up in some of those. Wasn't he in Mars Attacks? Was he in that? Yeah.
I
Mainly a lounge type thing. Yeah. Favorite Monkeys album, quick.
More of the Monkeys.
I like the first one. I'm probably the only one in the world that's their favorite Monkeys album, but it's a rock and roll album. I like the first one.
Whatever has Pleasant Valley Sunday.
I don't know. Well, I got a copy of More of the Monkees when I was 7, and I've liked it ever since.
Which is, I don't know, is that Capricorn and Jones business? I don't
No,
know.
headquarters has Pleasant Valley Sunday.
Oh, does it?
Okay.
Yes.
So just put on Grace. It's done.
No.
No.
Everybody dump all your greatest hits albums and go out and buy the real record.
They don't count. They don't count.
Be musical people. Jeez, Pete.
Oh my goodness.
How far can we keep this nonsense going? There are still people watching this stuff.
I think this is the best Alice Cooper album
There
ever.
you go.
Yeah.
That's the best.
Oh. All right. Here, I gotta join in then if we're gonna do that. Here we go. We're gonna play that game. All you need by the Beatles. Don't buy anything else. This is all you need. Everything you ever need to hear by the Beatles is on this.
There you go.
Yeah, right.
That's the best Guess Who album, except for Volume 2.
It's ridiculous.
The stupid thing about this album is half of it is Share the Land, and it's like it's a great album too. Anyway, there you go. Got that one.
Well, there's two things that record companies do with greatest hits. One is take half of their band's best album and put it on the greatest hits. Or two is don't put anything from the greatest or the best album or very little from their best album. That way you have to go buy it. Those are the two strategies that record companies use, and they're always there. It's pretty amazing. I mean,
I remember when the Red album and the Blue album came out. I actually wasn't thrilled about that because I was young enough or old enough then to understand that this is all people are going to know about the Beatles. They're going to buy these two albums, and that's all they're going to know. Here we are 50 years later, and there's three generations of people that's all they know about the Beatles.
Yeah,
right?
But they didn't have a choice. They had to put those out.
Well, they had a choice, but for money, they put it out for money is why they did it.
No, it was the only way to stop Alpha to Omega was around, and that was huge. And if they wanted, they had to get control of the Beatles back. They had the only thing that would stop it was a better album, a better choice for the people to buy. So they put it out. I don't think it was a cash grab or anything like that. It was just
that's not what I meant by it. It was about money. It was about squashing the other guy. And
like I said, they kind of had to.
I mean, it's not like they had planned to do it, No. There it is. But that's the one thing I never like. I always was kind of proud of them. They're one of the biggest bands that never had a greatest hits album, and I kind of appreciated that because like I've said many times, I'm into the albums, I'm not into the singles.
Yeah.
So I think an album should be listened to as an album, and a greatest hits album, it's all out of context. In my mind, it's all out of context. Now, having said that, they're also a great way of exposing people to their music who've never really experienced it before. So I find greatest hits albums a good starting point for some bands, but good and bad to everything, right?
Cow sales.
Yeah. Like my first Steppenwolf album was Steppenwolf Gold.
There you go.
And that was given to me as a gift. I never bought it, but guess what? I heard that album and I thought, I want to learn more about these guys. So I started buying all their albums.
It
And
works
so,
out. Like,
so it worked really well for me. Like I didn't stop at that greatest hits album. I wanted to get the catalog. You know?
Well, certain bands are like that. Like if
Yeah.
you grew up in the mostly in the 70s instead of the 60s, I guarantee your first Creedence band or album was Creedence Gold. I guarantee it. It wasn't
Probably.
Cosmo's Factory or it was Creedence Gold. I guarantee it was.
That wasn't my case because my brother was buying their albums while they were still together. So I was hearing Creedence before those greatest hits albums even came out. But a lot of people, if you got into them in the 70s, it was probably through Chronicles.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Chronicles, that 2-record set was you
and they had Chronicles 2 as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they did.
I have Chronicles, and that's enough for me.
Me too.
It's not even all their singles.
No.
That's still enough for me. I'm happy
with that, and that's why I say, don't take this wrong, Doc. But I say you're not a music lover. People that
I am
to this big are not music lovers.
Yeah,
no, you're not.
Well, here's the funny thing about Chronicles. Between Chronicles 1 and 2, there's 4 albums, right? 4 records. Well, CCR only did 7 albums. so it's like there's 3 other albums. Why didn't you just buy the catalog? It's like, whatever.
I have a bone to pick with Tim Allen.
I kind of I'm trying to play drama here.
He insults me.
Yeah. Well, people that limit, I don't understand limiting yourself. I'm only going to listen to
Okay.
Don't forget, I've got the button.
Jeff, you as co-host, you might have to step in here.
Yeah. What should I do with that Tim Allen? Should I bring him back or?
Yeah, bring him back.
Yeah, bring him back.
No.
I wish
okay, you can come out of the booth.
We took a vote. And Jeff and I won.
But I'm serious, and I feel the same way about Joe. Open your horizons. There's more than just because a song wasn't a hit doesn't mean it's not a good song. Period.
Yeah.
Well, to each his own, and whatever any of you guys want to do is that's your business. But one of the things about greatest hits that does bother me is it's not necessarily representative of the band. And I'll name I've said it before. The Guess Who are a classic example of that. Or if you look at the Guess Who's greatest hits, that's not really representative of what that band was. It really isn't.
No, but that's their greatest hits.
Well, it's their commercial stuff, but the Guess Who, they were an album band, and some of their best music was never a single. And so now they had some great songs, don't get me wrong, as singles, but those they did the 2 albums when they were together, Best of the Guess Who and then Volume 2, and it was all their 45s. Okay, fine, that's great, but that's not representative of that band. It just isn't. That's why I try to talk about the Guess Who, because people only know them through basically that one album, the Best of the Guess Who.
That's what I'm saying.
There's so much more to them that people don't understand.
That's what I'm saying. You need to hear. I'm a radio guy. I love radio, but I think that you can play B-sides on radio, and album tracks on radio, and deep tracks on radio. You don't have to hear the same 30 songs ad nauseum for the next 100 years.
I gotta go feed my puppies.
Okay.
You just don't
want to be fed. Yes.
But
I guess who are more than just clap for the Wolfman. Oh, I hit the wrong one. Favorite Peanuts character? It's not Snoopy.
Pigpen.
I did like Pigpen. No, I think my favorite Peanuts character was Lucy.
Ah, Lucy
Yeah,
was
the fun budget.
Lucy was a bitch.
I'm torn. I like Peppermint Patty because she's the kind of girl I would have hung out with when I was a kid because I liked her. But at the same time, I like Linus because Linus is actually the heart of the Peanuts. You know, if you had who is the heart of the Peanuts? In other words, who has the heart? Who you know? It's. I mean, think of the think of the Charlie Brown Christmas special. It's Linus that gets up on
with
stage
the blanket.
and
Yeah.
Charlie Brown, and you know, Linus is the heart. That's some. I guess Linus.
I can tell you what Christmas is about Charlie Brown. Yeah, Lisa's Linus.
Yeah, Linus is
I still say Lucy. I think Lucy made me
the heart of the show.
Give me that stupid blanket. I'll tell you who my least favorite was.
Who is that?
Rerun.
Oh yeah.
I could not stand Rerun. But, oh well.
I don't remember his name. Who was the Dusty guy? I didn't like the Pigpen. Is that his name? I didn't like the Dusty
he didn't
guy.
appear all that much anyway. So
no, but I didn't like him a whole lot.
Rerun was near the end. You know, like Charles Schultz must have been going like, "I need new ideas. Let's give them another brother." You know.
And I didn't like him. I didn't like her as a person, but I liked her as a character. I like Sally. Because Sally was really young, but she was smart.
I don't think she was that smart. She was always doing her class assignments wrong.
Yeah, but no. She in the Charlie Brown Christmas special again. She's writing a letter to Santa, and she's asking for money, just tens and 20s. I mean, she's smart.
And Pepper and Patty, I never cared about.
I like Peppermint Patty because she had a crush on Chuck, and she called him Chuck. I mean, that's that. Come on, she called him Chuck. That's.
Well,
You gotta like a girl that calls Charlie Brown Chuck.
Come on. She always beat him at baseball too. What? Okay. Oh, he's still feeding the puppies? Oh, yeah.
Yep. I need to feed myself in a little bit.
Yeah, I said Rerun. Rerun sucks.
I don't remember Rerun. I may have never even seen Rerun.
Oh, remember Rerun.
He was near the end.
I've only ever seen 2 or 3 Charlie Browns. I haven't nearly seen them all.
Yeah, the second Christmas special where Rerun wants a dog for Christmas.
I've never seen. I didn't know there was a second Christmas. I think I've only ever seen the Thanksgiving one, and that's probably only once.
Great Pumpkin.
Halloween one. I don't think.
Yeah, the Great Pumpkin. I remember that one.
I think that's all I've ever seen.
Wow. We saw them all when they came out. Like, a new Peanut special. Like, oh yes. Where's that?
But I mean, the first one was what, like 64, probably something like that.
Roughly 64,
yeah.
65.
So I would have been 2, okay, and then going up even from that. By the time they ended, I wouldn't have cared. And then when they started rerunning them all the time, I was too old by then, and I wasn't watching them then. You know,
you missed out completely. You missed out on the future.
Wow. Did what year was the Charlie Brown Christmas?
Well, 64 or 5.
Okay, because I remember seeing. I think they showed Charlie Brown Christmas, and then they showed the Grinch with Boris Karloff.
Yeah, it was both half-hour shows.
That's,
So.
but that's a myth about the teacher being the only one who went wah, 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 wah. That's just all adults sounded like that. They
Yeah.
would get a phone call. They would get a phone call,
Wow,
and you'd hear
wow.
on the other end of the phone, wah, 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 wah. You know, it wasn't just a teacher. That's all adults sounded. You never heard an adult voice in Peanuts. It was
Well,
always
you guys sound like that to my ears all the time.
Oh, he's gone now.
You forget I've got the button.
Got the button.
Testing limit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I suppose
I'm
you
gonna
go
pout
onto,
now.
I suppose you go onto those intellectual channels and you didn't feed those puppies well enough.
I think I feed them too much. They stay. They won't go away.
Feed me more. Feed me more. Bring some more.
Yeah, I gotta feed my. Ooh,
Like an helping.
jeez.
They're wound up.
I gotta feed my cats.
Dogs need to learn to like cats. Cats nibble all day. Dogs will wait like 12 hours for a meal, and you give it to them, and in 15 seconds it's gone.
They'd eat themselves sick. They would.
Yeah.
Like dogs, every meal is that they think it's their last. And
I know.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Where you feed a cat and it'll go over and I'm nibble a little bit and leave it for later, and then come back a little later and eat a little more and leave it. You know, dogs don't do that. That was good.
Dolly Madison was known for her snack cakes. Yes, cupcakes. Yes. Shh. Jeez, what is it with animals?
Yeah.
Ah,
I know. I'm going to be eating shortly, and you guys will too.
something
I
about
got
animals.
leftover pizza for supper. I'm looking forward to it.
Doc, they're already barking enough. You don't need to
Yeah, they're going to what? Is
they
that?
can't hear it now.
add to the commotion.
Who likes pizza? I do. Ringo doesn't, but I do.
Sometimes.
Didn't Ringo used to do a Pizza Hut commercial?
Yes.
How can he never
Yeah,
have
with
had
the
pizza
monkeys.
and do a Pizza Hut commercial?
With the monkeys. Yeah.
Yeah, he was the new Peter Tork.
The Peter Tork was there.
Well, I thought Peter Tork was gone.
No, it was Mickey, Peter, and Davy and Ringo.
Yeah, Mike wasn't there. Mike is the guy that rarely showed up for monkey stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mike was there. They just whited him out.
Oh yeah.
I don't think there's much money in that liquid paper contract.
There was back then. Boy, his mother
then.
made a fortune off that.
Oh yeah.
You kidding me?
Do you know
That stuff,
Nesmith
everybody owned a typewriter, bought that stuff.
We had
Nesmith was
bottles
a
of it
millionaire
in
at
every
least
color.
2 times and lost it, maybe 3. I think he lost it twice.
I think
you guys,
Michael
you guys know about this? How Nesmith was a millionaire and then he wasn't, and he was a millionaire and then he wasn't, then he was.
Yeah, a lot of guys go through that. I know.
None of them were really his fault. He inherited when his mother died. He inherited the liquid paper thing, and he became a millionaire. Okay, so now he's got money. So he started a specific arts thing, and a video company. And then he contracted with PBS to make their videos. But PBS wasn't, they wanted everything that they did on video. Literally, they and they weren't selling any of it. And he had to declare bankruptcy because of PBS, because he lost them so much money. So but then I forget how he got it back. Oh, he sued him, I think, and won. And got it back, and then he lost it again. I think Pacific Arts went under again, but not because of PBS.
Oh,
But then he made it back with the Monkees the last time. But
Yeah.
yeah, but yeah, PBS could try. Literally, PBS, like he had like over 500 titles in PBS, and it's like, no, it's ridiculous, you know. But he didn't. He was new at this, and his lawyer didn't think, you know, to limit the number of videos that PBS could ask for, and blah blah blah, and it bankrupted him.
Well, a lot of these guys you think just automatically are rich. A lot of these guys won and lost millions before they finally, you know, became permanently wealthy. You know, so I mean, look at Ringo. He declared bankruptcy at one point too. So, I mean, how does that happen?
Any trouble?
Yeah, how does that happen, right? I mean,
because they're not Paul McCartney.
Yeah, but I tell you, McCartney's probably one of the rare ones. Well, he and Lennon both knew. Well, probably more Yoko than Lennon, but they knew how to make money. Like when Lennon died. Now remember, this is 1980. He was worth over $500 million. Like that was a lot of money back in 1980, and a lot of that was from what I read at the time was real estate and that sort of kind of investment like that.
Real estate and cattle. I mean, and John even makes fun of her at the end of is it Dear Yoko? At the end of his monologue thing, he's like, come into the water. Don't sell a cow. Come into the water. Spend some time with me and Sean, you know, because she's on the phone all day buying and selling. Remember, they sold one cow for over $200,000, which I think was a record at the time. The highest price ever paid for a single cow. And it went to John and Yoko.
It was a special cow.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's
special cow.
They traded it for magic beans.
That's what they did.
Yeah.
Ringo always gets the worst deal.
Yeah.
But Ringo, I remember at one point in like around 76, 77, he's living in LA, and so he wouldn't get recognized and stuff, and he didn't have a lot of money. There used to be a company called Rent-A-Wreck, and they mostly rented cars to celebrities, and they were like cars that were beat up and over 10 years old and blah blah blah, and celebrities rented them because they could drive around inconspicuously. Ringo's driving, you know, a 1968 station wagon. Nobody's gonna bother him, you know, and that's what the idea behind Rent-A-Wreck was. And Ringo was a big Rent-A-Wreck customer.
What's with that cat?
Well, I think they're settling down now.
I don't think so.
And here comes the dogs.
Oh, good.
At least with kids, you can threaten them. But
Yeah.
dogs. I mean, you
I
know,
mean, up here, Doc, it says nothing but trouble.
I look
There
at
you
my
go.
dog and I say to him, "If you don't shut up, I'm going to kill you." And what's he do? He looks at me and barks again.
Yeah.
They don't listen.
Yeah,
You can't threaten a dog. Kids, you can threaten, right?
I popped my cat
Hey,
with
look, I brought you into this world. I can take you out. You know.
Yeah, and he meows
You
again.
can't do that with a dog. They just, what do you do? Anyway.
Have we reached the end of this mess yet?
Whatever this is.
About 2 hours ago.
There are still people watching this. I can't imagine.
I don't know. Before we go, I want to thank Ali again for getting my
Okay.
button gear and
Ollie by golly,
getting my shows back, and I seriously owe that to Ali. So thank you, Ali.
Okay.
Appreciate that.
Way to go, Ollie. Yay.
And we will be back for soup Thursday.
We
Oh,
can
wait a minute.
continue the greatest hits debate too. Let's.
Yeah.
Wait. Let me check here on the death watch on the Tina Louise.
Oh my goodness.
No, she's supposedly still alive.
She lost her teeth. That's what it is.
But we will see, because for some reason the theme song is going nuts
Mm-hmm.
in the analytics, and that only happens when people die.
Yeah.
No, maybe MeTV's showing it right now.
Look at Kimba. Yeah.
Oh, Kimba came back.
Yeah. See, just
Oh.
see us go.
Crazy.
See, the difference, Kimba, is you have a life.
Yeah. We were
Those of us
retired. We
who
don't
Yeah.
anymore.
But yeah, some of us are getting hungry and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I've sat here for like
Cookie?
4 hours and stuff. So
I have
we all
time
have
for
really.
over pizza.
So like maybe it's time to
We'll be back Thursday.
the clock on the wall says we gotta go now.
Yeah.
The
So,
clock on the
Bye.
couch.
Thanks for coming, people, and our esteemed guest and all that kind of stuff. And,
Mm-hmm.
good night, y'all.
Later.